Hello, I am Mayor Drew Combs, and welcome to the March 11th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. I'll now conduct roll call. I'd like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council Member Jeff Schmidt. City Council Member Cecilia Taylor is participating remotely under provisions of the Brown Act. City Council Member Jennifer Wise will be joining us in closed session. In accordance with Government Code 54953B.2.A and the City Council Procedures Manual, when one or more City Council members participates remotely, agenda items requiring action will be voted on using roll call. This evening, the roll call vote will be taken in alphabetical order using legal first name with the mayor voting last. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nara Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. And again, echoing the welcome to our special and regular March 11th meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, if you are in person, we ask that you complete a speaker card at the back table and return that to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, we ask you engage that hand feature. If you're calling in, pressing *9 at that time. Also, as a reminder, we're recruiting for all of our advisory bodies through April 9th. For more information, please visit menlopark.gov/commissions. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron. Next is closed session. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment for closed session items C1 and C2.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on closed session item C1 on labor negotiations with Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association, or C2, conference with legal counsel for anticipated litigation, you are in person, bringing me a speaker card from that back table. If you are virtual, pressing that hand feature, calling in, press *9 now. All right, this will be the final call for public comment on our closed session items C1 and C2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron. The City Council will now adjourn to the closed session and intends to reconvene at approximately 6:30. Thank you.
All right. Having our city council back at our virtual and in-person dais, Mayor Combs, you may reconvene the meeting.
Great, thank you, Clerk Heron. Hello, I am Mayor Drew Combs, and we are reconvening the special and regular March 11th City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note, public speaker comment time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. I'll conduct roll call again. I'd like to introduce City Council members and staff present in chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Jeff Schmidt and Jennifer Wise. City Council member Cecilia Taylor is participating remotely under provisions in the Brown Act. Can I ask that we not have side comments? Thank you. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nero Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Heron. City Clerk Heron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. And again, echoing a welcome to our March 11th City Council meeting. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table and return to me here at the clerk's desk. If you are virtual, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, we ask that you engage that hand feature. If you're calling in, please press *9 at that time. And just as a reminder, we are recruiting for our advisory bodies through April 9th. For more information, visit menlopark.gov/commissions. That concludes my instructions and introductions. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Great, thank you, Clerk Heron. I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nero Doherty for a report out from the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no reportable action.
Great, thanks. On to agenda review. Review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from city council members. Does the city council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items? No. Okay, so I have a note here to reorder the agenda, bringing M1 related to city council member Schmidt's initiated item after the consent calendar. Is there support from the city council for that move?
Mayor Combs, apologies. That was a rollover from a previous meeting.
Oh, okay.
No need to reorder. Thank you.
I
Apologies.
looked and I did double check that. And I was like, okay, maybe I just don't know. All right, totally cool. So does the city council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? All right, cool. All right, with that, we'll move on to general public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time may be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Heron, please call for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, please bring a speaker card to me at the clerk's desk. If you are virtual, please engage that hand feature. If you're calling in, please press *9 now. Currently at 5 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, our first speaker will be Farnard Fakour, followed by Shirley Chu.
Hi, my name is Farnad Fakour. I reside in Menlo Park in Sharon Heights neighborhood. I actually live on Monte Rosa. I'm here to request the councils and the city members to help us with protecting our neighborhood because we have been burglarized and our community is under attack. We don't have enough help and take measures to protect us, such as license plate readers, parking permit requirements, or putting stone blocks in front of our homes and residences. So people who do not live in the area, they do not park and they do not break into our homes in a matter of 5 minutes and rob our homes. In our neighborhood on my street, a resident's home was broken into while the mom goes to pick up one child from La Entrada, and their 13-year-old daughter was stuck in home over phone with 911 with burglars inside of the home. And this is limiting us to enjoy our home and live in a safe neighborhood. And if you could please do whatever you can to help us out, we would appreciate it. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comment.
All right, our next speaker is Shirley Chu, followed by Bill Kirsch.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and honorable council members. My name is Shirley Chu. I live in District 5, and our little community on the west side of Menlo Park is under siege again, with a series like a brazen crimes that happening in the recent months. It started back in 2018. There was a lot of robbery and burglaries, and we have had a talk with police chief back then, and things that has turned really serious. Last year, January, there were 14 cases. So then we have another a big turnout, a community turnout, and have meetings with council members, the mayor back then, and a police chief. And finally, had Menlo Park City Council to pass the license plate reader, and some of them are still, for privacy issues or civil liberty, you voted no. And I understand that you cannot comment it on today, and that was a case. It's extremely brazen is that you left it a child inside the house when mom just walked out, and this mom chasing the thieves down, she could run them down with their cars, and she got yelled at it. But can you blame her? I would do that for my kids. I believe you will too. So this is our community is energized and outraged, and we're organized. That we're going to have private security. We're going to have we're going to have like a community watch, and our neighborhood has all connected. But this is like a city council you can still do for us. Put a just license plate on our neighborhood. Maybe place a police kiosk, in the west side. With all the housing developments, I believe you are going to have a need another office or police station. Place restrict the parking and issue like a parking passes for the homeowners. And, these are the things that you can do. I please urge you to take actions to help us out here. So we're defending on our own. Thank you.
Thank you if City Clerk and I could just cut in for 1 second on that item, because I just want to confirm. Thank you, Ms. Chu. I do believe though, just to make sure that the license plate readers, the process for installing them has happened. Just if someone, because I feel like I've seen them. So I just wanted to confirm. All right. Okay. 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 All right. Thank you, Ms. Chu. Yeah.
Yes, Mayor, just for clarification, there are multiple installations throughout town, and they're being installed in phases. And so it's partially through, and that we'll be able to report back on when they're fully installed. Yeah, but they're being installed as we speak.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah. And okay, citywide, just to reiterate what the Vice Mayor said.
Correct, citywide.
All right, all right. Thank you, Clerk Karen. Sorry, Mr. Kirsch. Please.
Just for benefit of the group, Bill Kirsch does have a presentation. I won't be able to display the timer, so I will chime in.
I'll try to be
30.
really quick. I'm here about Partridge Avenue. I'm really addressing Mr. Murphy and city staff. We have a big cut-through traffic problem, high-speed traffic connecting University to El Camino. For anybody that wants to go south, we distributed a petition with 40 signatures several months ago. We got no reaction. Now we have an online petition with over 100 signatures. Our street, Partridge, has absolutely nothing to slow down traffic. So we have become the primary cut through to get to El Camino. And the pushback we get is that whatever you would do for Partridge you have to do for everybody else. That is not valid, and I'm going to show you why. Displayed now is Partridge Avenue. It's a third mile, 1/3 of a mile, nothing to slow down traffic, 100 homes, lots of kids riding bikes. We're going to have a crash. Somebody's going to get hurt, and we need some action. We request action. I'm going to go through the other 3 parallel streets. The city has already put in traffic calming treatments. This is Cambridge. You have speed humps. You have 15 miles an hour posted. Oh, sorry, I gotta look that way. This is Harvard. You have a stop sign mid-block. These are all the parallel streets to Partridge. Stop sign mid-block. This is Harvard again. Let's see, this is College Avenue. They also have a problem, but recently the city has put in a mid-street, a mid-block stop sign, and a pedestrian crossing. Nothing has been done to Partridge Avenue. Partridge Avenue, we have senior living here, but and we have a shuttle stop, but there's no crossing, nothing to protect the seniors. Maybe that's the last slide I have. Okay, so we'd really like to have something done. We're the only street of the 4 parallel streets to Middle Avenue that has no traffic calming treatments. And I love the things that have been done to Middle Avenue to slow traffic. And I'm in favor of the treatments that are going to be done this summer. I think they include 4 speed humps, raised crossings. I think this is wonderful. But what's missing is any attempt to help Allied Arts in the additional cut-through traffic that we are going to get. So I'm just requesting that you can do some simple, quick build treatments. You can put in entry gates. You can pinch the middle of our street for a short distance to slow traffic. You can put a 15-mile-an-hour traffic sign, anything to help us out. Thank you all for your service. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill. So next up is Ben Arif, followed by Seamless Bay Area. And Ben, similarly, I won't be able to display a timer, so I'll just give you a cue when there's 30 seconds remaining. And then here's.
Good evening. Mayor Combs and City Council, thanks for giving me the time to speak. My name is Ben Arif. I've been living in Menlo Park for about 700 years, a long time. I was a member of the Downtown Vision Committee in the late 2000s and also a member of the Planning Commission for about 5 years through 2015. This was the period of time that we were developing the downtown specific plan. And in light of the upcoming council priority setting session in the next couple of weeks, I thought it would be worth taking a step back to reflect upon the broader journey of our downtown, celebrate some really tremendous progress we've made, but also take a look at what we need to prioritize and maybe provide some input for your process. In 2012, after input from thousands of residents, I'm going to try to, okay, that didn't go forward. Okay, it did. In 2012, after input from thousands of residents, the city created a specific plan for the downtown Santa Cruz Avenue and El Camino area. The plan has been updated and it's part of our general plan now. And it contains a vision for a vibrant city that's great for pedestrians and bicyclists with improved parking and circulation, more open space, connectivity, and also the possibility for new development and housing. Now, 13 years later, we can really see that we have a tale of 2 downtowns, one along El Camino, where we have substantial new development and momentum, and the other along Santa Cruz Avenue, where things are not going well. And I'm going to try to coordinate my slides here. And I'm going to just try to show some images up here. On El Camino, we have Spring Line, we have Middle Plaza, we have developments by the train station and along Alma, which contain hundreds of new apartments, high quality restaurants, wider sidewalks and planters, and large underground parking lots. So I'm just kind of showing a couple of Spring Line and a few other things there. Springline even includes a public dog park with restaurants. It looks really great. I would venture to guess that hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent here. Across the road, we have the Guild Theater, which has become a mecca for music fans with bands like Bob Weir, the English Beat, and the Wallflowers. On the edges of Santa Cruz Avenue, we have the Coffee Bar, the Luminaire Building, and Loretta's Bar.
30 seconds remaining.
But this is where the tale of goodness ends. The entire middle section of Santa Cruz Avenue is a mess. The sidewalks are cracked, the water fountains are broken, there are strange wooden structures dating from the 1970s. The sidewalk bump outs are important, but very inconsistent. I'm guessing we have the highest vacancy rates in the history of the city, with almost entire blocks of empty storefronts. Frankly, it sends a message of lack of leadership and trust, and it's hurting the community and its reputation and ability to succeed. But you can help turn this around quickly by putting the downtown on your priority list. To that end, I have 3 short recommendations. First, consistent with the downtown specific plan that we spent years putting together, please prioritize Santa Cruz Avenue streetscape and key pedestrian areas. There are some quick wins here by removing the broken fountains, adding new furnishings, and making some of the widened sidewalks permanent. The plan recommended doing this within the first 5 years. That would have been 2017. Second, consider expanding the use cases for businesses along Santa Cruz Avenue to promote services that the community really needs. In a world of Amazon and DoorDash, we should rethink the notion that all downtown needs is traditional retail. For example, would a yoga studio or a program space for kids and youth be a better use of the empty Pharmaca building? And would that drive additional foot traffic to Pete's and Draeger's and the rest of the downtown? At the same time, let's recalibrate the zoning benefit and permitting for Santa Cruz Avenue to incent landlords to make improvements, and even consider putting a vacancy tax in place. Third and final, let's think outside the box and let's consider working with residents to create a separate community entity to coalesce feedback from our residents, businesses, property owners. We have several successful playbooks to look at here, including the Guild and Kepler's, and in other cities like Los Altos, where the community stepped up to help develop and drive community services. The Guild, for many of us may know, was created as a nonprofit and funded with $34 million by local group residents and investors who wanted to bring music to Menlo Park. It was specifically prioritized by the city council, and it got done. Perhaps we can create some new playbooks to revitalize the rest of Santa Cruz Avenue. Thanks for all that you do for Menlo Park and giving me the opportunity to hear my input. I plan to attend the priority setting meeting in 2 weeks, and I will also send my speaker notes to the council. And finally, these are just some pictures. You've probably all seen these. These are wooden structures from the 1970s.
And we are at time.
These are the plaques, and that is a water fountain, which has been next to the farmer's market for the last couple weeks. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And then our final speaker will be Seamless Bay Area.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff. This is Adina Levin speaking for myself right now, and having forgotten to double log out of the Zoom from an earlier work day. I am following up to a question that I had asked in public comment at an earlier meeting, for which I did, thankfully to staff, received an answer. The question was regarding the status of the downtown parking management study. And staff had responded that the study is currently underway and will be bringing the study to City Council later this year. And so I have a follow-up question here in general public comment and recommendation to urge the council to bring back that parking management study in a timeline and in a context where it will be helpful to City Council and to residents and to property owners and business managers to consider the options for parking and access management and strategy for the downtown area in the context when the City Council is thinking about development utilizing land that is currently used for surface parking. There are people that have valid concerns that the changes to any use of parking would need to be done in a fashion that preserves good access to downtown. And people have fears that it will be done in a way that will, not have thoughtful improvements and in a way that will make it harder to get to downtown, which would be not good. So having the study come forward in a time that helps council consider the options for access to downtown is really essential for having solutions that will enable downtown to evolve, where that evolution, has the opportunity to consider vibrancy initiatives like the previous speaker, and that also consider development of housing and the property, development in the downtown in a way that can help maintain and improve access to downtown. So please make that timeline align. And that is my comment in general public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron, and thank you to everyone who provided public comment. I'll use this as a time to also plug the City Council's priority setting workshop, which is March 22nd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So look forward to seeing you all there. With that, we'll move on to presentations and proclamations. We have one proclamation this evening, Proclamation Women's History Month. City Clerk Herron, please call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public would like to provide comment on our Proclamation I-1 Women's History Month, if you're in person, you can complete a speaker card and bring that to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. This is the final call for public comment on our Proclamation I-1. Seeing none, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Herron. Women's History Month is a time for us to celebrate the countless contributions women have made in all fields and arenas, impacting cultures and histories around the world. The 2025 theme of Moving Forward Together, Women Educating and Inspiring Generations, highlights women who have dedicated their lives to education, mentorship, and leadership. These educators, mentors, and leaders have been instrumental in shaping societies, breaking barriers, and building bridges. They enrich our minds and advance our development, fostering the next generations of leaders and change makers. We would like to invite Menlo College Dean of Arts and Sciences, Melissa Michelson, and South San Mateo League of Women Voters Representative, Susanna Hill, to accept the proclamations. And
Listen, Susanna, if you'd like to come up and if you want to say a few words, you're more than welcome to. And then I will invite the City Council down for a photo.
Thank you very much, City Council. The League of Women Voters always appreciates our elected officials. We believe that this civil service and volunteerism that you put into your community is the bedrock of our democracy. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for recognizing Women's History Month. We are at Menlo College very proud of our student body, including our male, female, and transgender students. And I'm happy to say that we plan to continue to develop women leaders who are moving innovation forward and helping move Silicon Valley forward. And we're delighted to be recognized by the council for what we're doing for women in education. Thank you.
thank you. All right, so
Thank you. So yeah, I invite the City Council down. We've got proclamations for both of you, and we'll take a couple of quick photos.
2, 3. 1, 2. All right, everyone, look here first for one. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, go.
All right, thank you. Again, a pleasure to acknowledge Women History Month. We'll move on to consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items J1, adopting a purpose statement for Belle Haven Community Campus Ad Hoc Subcommittee, or J2, the adoption of an ordinance related to stopping, parking, and standing for vehicles and establishing parking restrictions for oversized vehicles. If you are in person, please bring a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, engaging that hand feature. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items. I'm seeing 2 hands, so we will go to Catherine Dumont. Catherine, if you can let us know which item you're speaking on. And for anyone in chambers who might have left a cell phone, you can come to me and claim.
Hi, good evening, council members and Mayor Combe and staff. Catherine Dumont, Menlo Park. I'm speaking on item J2, and I would request that there be some more discussion and a delay in implementing this measure, this ordinance, and some not seeing an implementation plan or timeline that allows for provision of social services and allocation or pursuing safe parking alternatives. I understand that Dignity on Wheels was out recently and was not allowed to provide services. It raises concerns about the priorities of a care first approach and versus an enforcement approach. And I know last time there were some assurances from staff, both on the police department and the city manager, that the approach was that there would be some protections or mitigation on school year, the impact of the school year, not, still being going on. And, but there's nothing in writing, and the whole process was completely unclear. And as a concerned member of the public, and after hearing the stories and meeting the folks at the last time, and actually having my own experience with a family member who was living in a vehicle, and the vehicle was impounded. I'm very concerned about this. And the other part of this is I don't understand what the current what the plan is for the future. I mean, just wishing this away is not going to stop folks from coming, looking for alternatives, and housing solutions, like living in vehicles or camping. What's our approach going to be in the future? And the safety nets that are currently being dismantled across the state and across the country. And I don't know where that leaves us, and how will we not find ourselves in this position again? Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Adina Levin. Adina, if you can let us know which item you're speaking on.
Hi, yes. I am speaking also on J2 in agreement with the previous speaker about wanting a known and orderly implementation plan on the, in the incident that the previous speaker talked about. Seems like while it may have been a sincere misunderstanding, it seems like also a pretty clear evidence that there isn't a strong and methodical implementation plan in place for the provision of social services to help folks that are currently living in vehicles, and an implementation plan, could and should have solutions to, mitigate the issues that are caused by people who are currently living in vehicles in the current location. There's multiple communities near us that have established safe parking programs. We could be looking into partnering with neighbors and having solutions for people to be living safely, and opportunities to be able to transition people into other housing. The answer when a question, one of the issues and questions raised was, well, what happens if somebody is cited and their vehicle, one of the most high value items that the person may own, is impounded? And I think the answer was, well, that's not our department. We don't know. And we really need answers to those kinds of questions. We really need a methodical implementation plan. And I would urge City Council to pause here to develop an implementation plan. I have also heard that the property owners have been waiting for a couple of years to have the situation addressed, which is on the one hand understandable, but on the other hand, the people who have been living in our community now may have, weeks to have their lives upended. And I think we should balance the needs for a care first approach to people that are living here with an orderly timeline for people that want the streets to not have people living near their business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our next speaker is Katie Baruzzi. And Katie, if you can let us know which item you're speaking on.
I'm also speaking on the RV parking ordinance.
Thank you.
And I'll keep it brief. I think the previous two speakers said a lot of the things that I would agree with, but I'll just mention considering the larger landscape in which we're operating now. I mean, our world is changing so fast. And I think a lot of folks would agree with me when I say that our national leadership is being cruel in a lot of different dimensions, in ways that are heartbreaking. And I feel like our elected officials locally have an opportunity, and our staff, to be something other than cruel, and to find a path forward. I was reading today that with the HUD cuts coming up, that a lot of Section 8 vouchers in places like LA are being put on pause. And I expect that we are going to see more homelessness in the future, not less. More unhoused people, more people who are living on the edge. and just, you know, looking desperately for some kind of solution. And so I don't have a solution, and I know that coming up with one is tricky, but please don't stop working on this. And please work with other agencies and other municipalities to see if we can come up with something better than not here. Thank you so much for your service.
And that does seem to conclude our hands and cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron, and thank you to everyone who provided public comment. I'll bring it back to the dais for any discussion, questions, or motions regarding the two items on the consent calendar. Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So I just want to, with Catherine, Adina, and Katie's comments, I won't repeat my comments when this came in front of council, but a couple of things. I was going to ask to pull this and have a broader discussion, but as I understand it, the implementation plan and some of the details that they're asking for are coming in front of council soon. I think it's the next council meeting, if I have that correct. So I wouldn't want to pull this for a broader discussion, but I wanted to reassure folks who commented on this that I think the implementation plan is going to be looked at by council. We'll have a chance to weigh in, and also just to reassure folks that, you know, I, for one, don't plan to let this one go because I agree with what the residents were saying. So thank you.
So before I see Councilmember Taylor, but before going to Councilmember Taylor, wanted to go to staff and validate that is it the plan to bring some sort of implementation aspect of this ordinance to the city council?
Yes, I can start, Mayor. There's one aspect relating to the, I'm trying to get to the proper term, the implementing regulations, administrative regulations. That's the term that's in the staff report, administrative regulations. There is the plan to bring that to the city council right now as an informational item. So it's something that the police department would be adopting. This is an opportunity to kind of daylight what those implementing regulations would be. With that opportunity, I could just kind of point to the staff report that did talk to the overall lead time over the coming months, you know, differentiating between the effective date of the ordinance versus what it would take to actually begin the enforcement process, and kind of it'll be a multi-month process to commence enforcement. And then another aspect is there is the continued collaboration with the county, which is the lead agency on providing services for the unhoused. There are two then primary service providers, Life Moves and We Hope, that are integral to that. And there are routine meetings between city staff and those three entities to coordinate on this issue. It is, as people have said, it's not easy. It's not straightforward. So it does require a lot of collaboration, communication, and I can say everybody involved is doing their best.
Okay. I appreciate that clarity. Because I just wanted to follow up and make sure I understood and that the public understood, because you know, I thank you for highlighting like this, like we're talking about sort of implementation regulation, because generally the council discusses regulation policy. They don't necessarily discuss very specific implementation, and that is left to staff. And again, once we've had a substantive discussion, an agenda item about a policy decision, we generally don't revisit it and talk about it again and again. And so I just wanted to make sure I understood the distinction about a discussion about the ordinance and future discussions about very specific implementation regulation. Thanks. And I guess that was just more for me. If I got something wrong there was an opportunity for you to highlight it. But with that, I'll go on to Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I wanted to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Heard your motion. I'm going to acknowledge the Vice Mayor, who I think wants to make a comment. Or has a question.
I just wanted to point out in the staff report, it also says that there will be expanded outreach efforts and specifically focusing on families with school-age children who might be affected. This is very much in everybody's thoughts. Thank you. And I will second the motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Taylor and a second by Vice Mayor Nash to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote. City Councilmember Taylor,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
City Councilmember Wise,
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Right, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the public hearing portion of the meeting. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The first public hearing is K1, receive the aquatics program annual report and independent financial analysis, consider and adopt a resolution to increase aquatic fees, and authorize city manager to execute an amendment to the aquatics operator agreement. Here to introduce the item is Library and Community Service Director Sean Reinhardt, Library and Community Services Supervisor Trisha Molin, and CEO of Menlo Swim and Sport, Tim Sheeper.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Mr. Sheeper is seated here to my left, and to his left is Ms. Molin. I wish we were here under better circumstances to present the annual aquatics report because it has a lot of really excellent information about great things that are happening at both of the city's pools. However, we do have some challenges that we are looking forward to discussing with you tonight, getting some direction from the council, and frankly, seeking your help. So the recommendations outlined in the report are fourfold. A couple of them are pretty straightforward. The first is to receive the aquatics program annual report, offer any comments or direction you may have on that. The second is to receive an independent analysis of the aquatics operator's financial report. Any questions that you may have about that, we welcome. Also to consider and adopt a resolution to increase aquatics fees, and then also to provide direction on amending the aquatics operator agreement. So the first item there, the aquatics annual report, that's attachment A. It includes the total program hours with schedules of individual programs, participation statistics by each program area, including resident and non-resident data. There was a citywide, city-administered survey of aquatics users, which the city council received, I believe, back in November or December. A lot of great information there. The report also includes a breakdown of user fees collected by program area, including the fees paid by residents and non-residents, also pool schedules and allocations by program for the previous year, that being the calendar year 2024, and for the current upcoming year 2025. Also in the report as attachment B is an independent financial review that the city commissioned with a government finance consultant to look into the operator's profit and loss statements related to city-owned swim centers, just to make sure that all of the information there is true and accurate, and that the pool operator has sufficient internal controls and accounting practices. And the financial review did find that all of that is true and accurate, and the accounting practices are sound. So just kind of verifying that. And then moving on to the challenges I spoke of at the beginning. And this is related to our new swim center, which is an amazing swim center. And we're really thrilled about it. And the people who use it also are very thrilled about it, the Belle Haven pool. The usage at the new Belle Haven pool, since it opened in May of last year, it has been significantly and persistently lower than hoped, despite concerted efforts to increase that attendance. The extremely low attendance at that pool, combined with the minimum operating hours requirements set forth in the agreement that I mentioned earlier, those minimum operating hours do keep labor costs quite high. And those things combined have resulted in significant unsustainable financial losses for the pool operator for Menlo Swim and Sport. Additionally, if no action is taken to immediately stem those financial losses at Belle Haven Pool, we are risking a possibility of a major service interruption in the aquatics program. Again, the financial situation is not sustainable. Here's one bit of data from the staff report to kind of illustrate that. I realize this is all very dense, but I will just note that this is average visitors by day of week and time of day. This is at Belle Haven Pool. This is only a portion of the last calendar year because, again, the pool opened on May 20th. So this is from May 20th through December 31st. So I just want to note that this average does not include the months of January 1st through May 19th, which generally are slower off-season times. So had that been included, if it had been open then, we probably would see an even lower average than what's shown here. But I know it's a little hard to read, but I'll just say that on the y-axis going up, that's the number of average visitors at the pool. On the bottom of the scale is 0. The top of the scale is 25 people. And then from left to right, these are hours of the day. 6 a.m. is at the left. And then to the right, all the way up to 7 p.m., the pool was open 63 hours per week, 7 days per week, some days 7 hours, some days 10 hours. So you can look at, and then the color bars correspond to days of the week, with weekends generally being a little busier. So when you look at like the very tallest bars here, the peak average visitors, that tops out at about 22 visitors per day on average over the course of a 7 to 10 hour operating day with a fully staffed pool. 4, 5 plus people have to be working during that time, and 22 visitors. Now that was higher some days, lower some days. I'm talking about the average over the course of the year. Just to backtrack a little bit for folks who aren't familiar with our aquatics operation, the city owns 2 pools, the Belle Haven Pool that we're talking about, also the Burgess Pool located here on the Burgess campus. In calendar year 2024, both pools combined generated a total revenue of $2.72 million and total expenses of $2.79 million, which seems not terrible, right? A net loss of $67,000. Definitely not good for them to not recover all their costs for the operator. But that net loss of $67,000. However, when you drill in a little deeper, Burgess Pool really accounted for the bulk of that revenue at $2.55 million in revenue, and also the bulk of the expenses, $2.44 million. Belle Haven Pool accounted for $174,000 in revenue and $346,000 in expenses from the time it opened May 20th to December 31st. So very much kind of like operating in the red. Factoring in those winter months I mentioned, January through May, we're in the winter season right now. Looking ahead at 2025, those losses on average will be even higher because now we're factoring in the winter months. Right now, it's projected that Belle Haven Pool will continue to lose about $37,000 per month over the course of the year. So it really does begin to add up quite a bit. So, confronted with all of that data, all of kind of the reality of the pool now that it's open compared to maybe what we'd hoped and when planning for the pool before it opened and established the agreement and everything, the reality of all of this, on January 22nd, the Parks and Recreation Commission reviewed all of that and recommended that the City Council strongly consider a number of remedies to sustain the operations at Belle Haven Pool. One is to temporarily suspend that minimum hours requirement. Again, those really high labor costs that aren't really supported by the attendance, just to suspend that, reduce it, something like that, just to take that expense down. The second is to increase the user fees 5 to 7%, give or take, which was something that the City Council had kind of considered or kind of known about a little bit when the fees were approved last year, but also to defer the escalation of non-resident fees, which the goal is to get those to 35% higher than resident fees, but to defer that to a later time so as to try not to disrupt, the current user base there to the greatest extent possible. Also, an opportunity has been identified previously, that the lane rental fee is fairly low compared to other jurisdictions. So the recommendation was to increase those to get them a little bit more consistent with what other jurisdictions have been charging, are charging, and also to consider waiving the operator's revenue share payment to the city, again, to just provide some of that financial relief. So on February 11th, the City Council did receive an informational report about the PRC's recommendations. The City Council also was advised that enforcement of the minimum 63 hours at Belle Haven Pool had been temporarily suspended up through April 14th to allow time for this discussion to occur with the City Council. We can get some additional direction. Belle Haven Pool is currently operating 32 hours per week, still open 7 days. The operator did reach out to current pool members about like the mornings of the week that make the most sense for them, that they're most interested in. So preserving 2 weekdays per week where the pool's open a little bit earlier at 10 a.m. Those are Mondays and Fridays currently, based on outreach to users. So I think we'll come back to that, but just to move through, I think we're about halfway through the slide deck here. So thank you for your patience working through all this material. The third attachment are the proposed changes to the aquatic user fees. Staff recommends that City Council adopt the resolution in attachment C, adjusting the master fee schedule aquatic fees, which would be effective April 1st. I want to note that the recommended fees do not change hyperlocal resident rates. They do not change senior resident rates. They do not change rates for children and family swim fees. I think we saw a couple of emails come in about raising the rates on children and families, and that's not being proposed here. It does recommend some increases to some resident fees. It does recommend some increases to non-resident fees, although not significantly higher than resident fees in most cases. This recommendation continues a strategy of phasing in that escalation, that differential between resident and non-resident over time. However, in the current circumstances, we're recommending that we definitely defer that until the attendance and the is increased and that there's a little more stabilization in the financial picture. So a further analysis of the proposed fee changes, percentages and whatnot, that is provided in attachment J, and we can get that on the screen during the discussion if needed. Just some mechanics of approving changes to the master fee schedule. Just a reminder, based on the noticing requirements for fee modifications, these fees have already been proposed. They've been put out there for public notice. We are in a public hearing right now. The City Council could adopt the fees at the levels proposed, or they could adopt them at lower than the levels proposed without any additional noticing required. If the City Council chooses to adopt any fees that are higher than are shown and have already been noticed, then City Council could direct staff to return at a future meeting, redo the noticing requirements and consider the fees at that time. So this moving on to one I think that has had some particular kind of interest and attention is around the subcontractor lane rental fees. And there's some more information in attachment K. We can bring that up. It's kind of a historic background on how those fees have changed or not over the past several years. The lane rental fee has not meaningfully increased in the past several years. Meanwhile, the cost of operating the aquatics program and facilities has escalated over that time period. Other aquatic fees have incrementally increased over that same time period. Meanwhile, the lane rental fees really have not changed much, except for a $1 increase last year. So the Parks and Recreation Commission on January 22nd, along with the staff and the operator, recommend to increase the subcontractor lane rental fees to be more consistent with the higher rates that are charged in other jurisdictions as outlined in the staff report. Understand that there are impacts to the folks who pay those fees. We look forward to talking with you about that during the discussion, but we do think that's a very significant change that we are recommending. Here's some more information about the comparisons. Menlo Park's fee is currently the second lowest rental rate among the comparison agencies. It's a little difficult to compare apples to apples because every pool is a different size, different number of lanes. Some cities have kind of special deals for special groups that, you know, they've kind of identified for additional subsidy. So, but on the whole, the city of Menlo Park is definitely charging much less. For example, the cities of Oakland, Walnut Creek, San Francisco all charge $20 per lane per hour. What's also proposed in attachment C, which is different than the current fee structure, is to create, there's just one flat lane rental fee right now. What's proposed is to create a nonprofit and a for-profit or commercial rate, differentiating those. The recommendation is $20 for nonprofit renters and $24 for commercial renters. This is actually consistent with how we make the distinction for facility rentals in the city's facilities, like the gymnasium and the recreation center. We do have a commercial rate, we have a resident rate, we have a non-resident rate, we have nonprofit discounts. Okay, and then moving on to the fourth element of tonight's recommendations is around the agreement that I mentioned. There are some elements of it that hypothetically, when the agreement was being put together, it made a lot of sense, met a lot of the needs that we heard from the community and desired from the pool. But the reality of the situation at the pool is such that we are recommending some adjustments to the agreement in the form of an amendment. Overall, the agreement is quite sound, but there are a couple of elements that are really kind of exacerbating this challenge that we're facing. I just want to take a step back and say that the agreement did create a mutually beneficial public-private partnership. And by mutually beneficial, I mean beneficial for the city, beneficial for the operator, beneficial for the community that we're serving. It relieved the city of significant cost, liability, operational burdens for operating an aquatics program. It's a very challenging business. But also, we're fortunate that we have a pool operator that by and large, all the survey results, all the feedback we get, of course, it varies from person to person, is that we have an extraordinary aquatics program here in Menlo Park, open many, many hours, of very high quality with a large diversity of programs that's very community oriented. Yes, there are differences of opinion depending on who you talk to about that, but on the whole, it's a very good arrangement. In light of the significant, but that said, it's a public-private partnership, right? There's a private element where we have a private business that we're working with here, just like a number of other private vendors who we contract for services for in many areas of the city. And at the end of the day, they have to make payroll, they have to cover their costs because it's a business proposition. Our operator for the pool has been experiencing significant financial losses. Based on what we saw in the independent financial review, that's a true and accurate situation that is unsustainable from a private enterprise perspective. Our goal here is to build a sustainable aquatics program across the city, including Belle Haven Pool. I believe wholeheartedly that that is achievable. I think the question is, how long will it take? What do we need to do to get there? So in the amendment that is proposed in attachment D, there are two key elements. One is to really extend and memorialize the suspension of the minimum operating hours to give some room for adjusting the labor costs to match the actual attendance and demand at the pool, with the goal of growing those two things apace to get back to the 63 hours, which is a great place to be, and I think it's achievable. Staff anticipates returning to the City Council in 2 weeks. We're not asking you to take action on the amendment tonight, but we want to bring this to you and get your direction on this. So the first element is the operating hours. This slide goes into it a little bit more detail. There's a few ways to kind of execute on making that suspension of the minimum hours into the form of an amendment. One is to just continue it as it stands, but the big question is really about how do we go about restoring to the full 63 hours or something close to that, because that's where Burgess Pool is. So what's proposed in the attachment D as it stands now is a phased-in approach that's really tied to the quarterly financial reports at Belle Haven Pool to increase back from the minimum to the goal in a couple of phases, with like 2 financial quarters of revenues matching expenses, then moving to the higher level of hours from 28 hours a week to 42 hours a week, and then with 3 consecutive financial quarters of break even or better back to 63 hours per week. Now, there's some other ways to do it. That's one. We thought, let's put one mechanism in front of the city council and get your feedback. Just want to emphasize that without at the last, on February 11th, in the informational report, staff advised that we've done a temporary suspension of those minimum hours through April 15th, pending this discussion, absent any further action or direction by the city council. Per the agreement, those hours, that minimum hours would just take effect again April 15th. That would risk the potential for a major service interruption in the aquatics program at Belle Haven Pool and probably Burgess Pool as well. So an alternative to that 2-phase approach I just described would be to just define seasonal hours, fewer hours in the winter, more hours in the summer, for example, in an amendment. There's a few other ways to do it, but we just want to propose, a scenario like that just to get some thoughts and feedback from the city council. And then the second major component of the amendment in attachment D is around the operator's annual revenue share payment. So according to the agreement, the operator is responsible for making a revenue share payment. I think it's on the next slide, but it does waive the revenue share payment in the first year of the agreement. Now, there's a little bit of an offset between the timing of the agreement and the calendar year on which the revenue share is calculated. So the agreement took effect October 1st of 2023. So the first year of the agreement is from October 2023 to October 2024. So revenue share waived during that period. October 1st, 2024, that waiver is no longer in place. That's when start kind of calculating revenue share. So looking back on 2024, the revenue share payment would be calculated on the period from October 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024, right? So a fraction of a year. And again, though, the revenue share payment is calculated on the full calendar year from January 1st to December 31st. So there's like a quarter offset there. Just wanted to clarify that. In the agreement, the revenue share payment, first of all, I'll just say the item on the slide here is that it's recommended to extend that waiver for 1 additional year. So for 24 months total from the beginning of the agreement. So that would be waiving another year's worth from October of 2024 to October 2025. An alternative scenario would be to waive a shorter duration, a shorter additional duration. For example, instead of another 12 months, just waive another 6 months. That would get us through April 2024, some time to kind of look at how the operation is performing after the peak season in summer, come back in October 2025, and see where we're at, or any other scenario that the city council directs us to implement, but we're just offering a couple there. I actually thought was on the slide, but I think it didn't make it onto the slide, is the actual revenue share calculation. It is available. We can get it on the screen if need be. But the aside from the waiver, the revenue share payment is calculated like this. For the calendar year, January 1st to December 31st, the operator's total gross revenues, 1% of the revenues generated from resident fees, and 1.35% of the revenues generated from non-resident fees. That's the revenue share payable to the city by March 15th of the following year, or $20,000, whichever is greater. So in a full year where there's $2.7 million in revenue, for example, calculated for over the whole course of the year, just 1% of that is obviously around $27,000. And if you factor in some non-resident revenue, which certainly there is, with another, 0.35% more, you're probably in the neighborhood of $33,000. However, for the year 2024, the waiver was in place through October. So the revenue share is really only calculated from October 1st to December 31st, which, as shown in the financial report, it's around $6,800. So actually the minimum would kick in there of $20,000. So really that's the amount we're talking about, is that $20,000 minimum for calendar year 2024. Okay, and so that wraps up the presentation. Just put the recommendations back on the screen, receive and comment on the annual report, receive and comment on the independent financial analysis, consider the resolution in attachment C to increase some aquatics fees, and then D is to provide direction on amending the aquatics operator agreement in 2 weeks on March 25th. Thank you for the time to kind of go through all of that. I know there's a lot of material, and we look forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. And just to make sure all understand, the only action on this item the council can take tonight is related to the aquatic fees. And everything else is direction, right? The thing that we could vote on tonight relates to changes to the aquatic fees, but all the other sort of items would just be direction you'd get from the council.
Correct.
Okay. I'll bring it to the dais for any clarifying questions. I see Councilmember Taylor's hand is raised.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, and thank you for the presentation. And since you spent quite a bit of time just about the contract, what's the total length of the contract with the provider? It started in 2023. It's the end of the contract as it is.
Sorry, thank you, Councilmember. It's a 5-year agreement. So effective October 1st, 2023, expiring September 30th, 2028.
Thank you.
Are there any other clarifying questions before we go to public comment? Councilmember Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Two really quick questions. One, on the aquatic user fees, the second bullet down on one of the, I don't have a page number here, but it says the recommended fees keep hyperlocal resident, senior resident, children, and family swim fees the same with no increases. Roughly what portion of revenue does that represent?
I'm going to turn to the operator to give you that ballpark estimate there. I think in better position to rattle that one off. Just give us a moment to get a good answer there for you. The information's there, just need to be compiled and added up from what's there.
Sounds good. Mr. Ryan, maybe a second question is, could you be a little more specific on the major disruption and what does that mean, just for my knowledge?
Yeah, so the operator's a private enterprise. It's a business. They have employees, jobs, payroll. In any business, if revenues don't cover those costs, and the big one is payroll, although there are others, at some point you just can't continue to do business.
Got it. Thanks.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none. With that, I would like to open up the public hearing. City Clerk Hearing, do we have any public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on public hearing item K1, receive the aquatics program annual report and independent financial analysis, consider and adopt a resolution to increase aquatic fees and provide direction on amending the aquatics operator agreement. If you're in person, please bring your speaker card up here to the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, currently at 5 speakers. So this will be the final call for public comment on our public hearing item K1 related to the aquatics program. Thank you. All right, so we will have a total of 6 speakers. Our first speaker being Tobias Kuntz, followed by Matthew Pistorino.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs and the City Council.
Tobias, can you get a little closer to the mic?
Yes, here.
Thank
Is
you.
this better? Okay. To get higher. Yeah, so I'm here as a board member of the Solo Swim Club. We are a nonprofit organization. We run at Burgess in the afternoons. I sent an email last night or 2 nights before, I don't remember, with attachments that substantiate everything that I'm saying here. And I'm just run through the email briefly so that everybody's up to date. So of course we have deep concerns about these aquatic fees. They directly affect our viability. And there's really 3 points we want to make. Number one is the actual dates. The data is not correct, verifiably not correct, that are being cited in the report from the operator. They're accurate, they don't really support any raises that would be justified. And that in particular applies to Sunnyvale and Mountain View, which are 2 pools, large pools used by swim clubs, way below what we are charging or what we are paying here in Menlo Park. So Menlo Park is already at the higher end of what's being charged in the area. And we have substantial data on that. We can submit that. The second point is that what's really concerning is that it's only the nonprofit teams, or you might say only the teams that are not run by SHPER, right, that see this price hike. So that's grossly, we feel it's grossly inequitable, and we have concerns about the fairness of the city here. The third one is why does Burgess have to be running as a profit, right? MPCC does not. It's only Burgess that runs as a profit organization, and we feel that's also not equitable. So we urge the city to reconsider these rate increases and ensure that policy decisions reflect both the consistency and a commitment to supporting nonprofit organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Pistorino, followed by Robbie Coonan. Just as a reminder for in-person speakers, if you can get a little closer to the mic so we have a steady.
I'll talk a little closer, don't worry.
Thank you, Matthew. Go right ahead.
Hello, council members. My name is Matthew Pistorino, and I've been a Menlo Park resident my entire life. I learned how to swim right here at Burgess, and I've also been a member of Solo Aquatics for the last 6 years. As a result of the coaching I've received at Solo, I'm a league champion, CCS finalist, CCS medalist, state qualifier, state finalist, sectionals finalist, futures qualifier, and earn an All-American consideration time. Council members, Solo Aquatics is a valuable organization in our community. The quality of instruction at a relatively low cost in comparison to other clubs gives Menlo Park kids aquatics opportunities that you'd be hard-pressed to find in any other city. Comparable aquatics clubs, such as Los Altos Mountain View, LAMVAC, pays $44 an hour for 8 lanes. Solo currently pays $120, and with the increase, will pay $160 an hour. By increasing the lane rental fees charged to a nonprofit organization, you effectively price out an important institution in our community. Burgess Pool was built with taxpayer dollars and is a public pool. Shouldn't its purpose be to serve the members of our community? The pool operator is asking you not only for an increase in fees, but also the suspension of revenue sharing with the city. So not only will an important pillar in our aquatic community be damaged, but the taxpayers won't recoup any revenue for the pool that they funded and currently support. It seems to me that we are harming our community for the sole benefit of the pool operator. Forgive me if this is too blunt, but if the pool operator is unable to properly serve this community, this may not be the job for him. That was a little bit quicker than I was expecting. This is a little bit of a side tangent, but there's a lot of talk about the Belle Haven pool. I'm not sure if anybody's actually swam at the Belle Haven pool here. I wouldn't consider myself necessarily an expert swimmer. I have had some experience. There are significant problems with the Belle Haven pool that I think might account for some of the issues that you're seeing. It's a little bit granular, but if you swim consistently, you're a lap swimmer, and you swim at the pool, they'd be immediate to you, right? There's no lining at the bottom of the pool, which actually makes it somewhat of a safety hazard. That's how you know how to flip turn. So I've been there a couple times. I've hit my head a couple times. The way the pool is actually designed is not conducive to have a team run out of there, which is part of the reason that you're not really making any revenue. So I would say, this is a complete tangent from what I was talking about earlier, but if you were looking at the Belle Haven pool, I'd take a more critical look with an experienced eye for approaches to increase revenue. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robbie Coonan, followed by Olga.
Hello, council members. My name is Robbie Keenan, and I have been a member of Solo Aquatics since I was 4, and I've had the privilege to coach younger swimmers in the past year. My family has been with Solo for over 25 years. Both my older siblings learned how to swim here, and my father works on the board. Not only has the program been beneficial in creating and improving athletes' swimming abilities, it's created an environment where children can be exposed to important principles, such as learning how to work with others, leadership, perseverance in both physical and mental challenges, and forming friendships that will last years. It would be wrong to force this program off the Burgess deck due to unfair pricing policies. It would be wrong to hurt a program that helps form Menlo Park's community. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Turning to our virtual speakers, going to Olga and then Jigna Patel. Olga, you should be able to unmute your mic at this point.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Excellent. Well, I'm Olga Afanasyev. I'm a hyper local resident. I live less than a mile away from the pool. I swim myself. My family swims in the summer. My daughter, who's one of them is 3, we're hoping to bring for lessons to start swimming. My older daughter, who's 12, has been on Solo for over 5 years. So we'll talk about the Solo, and I have multiple reasons to reconsider some of the lane increases. One is just looking at the numbers. So the 67,000 that was quoted as a loss is only about 2% difference. Some of the numbers that we've seen today, and I really appreciate a lot of the data that was presented, it was from 7 to 33%. So the numbers don't add up. And so we really need to understand where that extra profit is going to go, especially if it's not coming back to the Menlo Park residents as a revenue share. So it's just I think there maybe needs to be some adjustments, but they don't make sense at the way they currently stand. The other question is, Belle Haven seems to be kind of one of the pool that's suffering, but as you guys know, that area is usually parents who are working, a lot of kind of underprivileged communities. So raising the prices is going to even turn away even more people in that community. The other thing I wanted to talk about is specifically kind of the subcontractor lane increases, which is a problem, especially for nonprofit organizations like Solo. Specifically, currently, my daughter, who swims 2 days a week, she hasn't been able to come to practice for the last several weeks because Solo allows her not only to love swimming, but also allows her to enjoy other things outside of school. And so right now she's a Hillview Drama Middle School tech crew, until 7 p.m. each day. But I'm still, paying for her to stay on the team because of how much she loves swimming and she's able to come back and come to the community. But if those increases are significantly more for the parents, I won't be able to have her on the team, that she, can't commit for more than 2 or 3 days a week. So really kind of considering that this is such a critical component for her and the community, and so you guys have heard from her team members, kind of those increasing those costs, are going to be detrimental. The other thing I wanted to ask is what % of revenue is actually from the subcontractors and specifically from the nonprofit subcontractors? I didn't see that data. So I would recommend at least reviewing the data, reviewing the additional data that you have from other sources, such as kind of from the other pools and the rental rates there, and maybe reconsidering it at a future time. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jigna Patel, followed by Pam Jones.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Combs and the City Council. Really appreciate your time on this. I just want to say both of my daughters currently participate as part of the solo, and this changes are really disheartening. Both of my daughters have an ability to be taught by a competitive coach as a result of our ability to attend and be part of the poll that is available to us. We currently pay taxes on the service, and what feels like this is double taxing us, primarily based on the fact that this facility that is being run inefficiently by an operator is becoming a problem for the taxpayer, and they're having to incur additional costs as a result of this. Previously, when this point was discussed, we had talked about another pool operator taking this over, and that was deferred based on the fact that we had current agreements with the current pool operator, and it was much more efficient to sign this contract. What's disheartening to me is that when we had multiple companies, we chose to continue operating with this operator, and now we're making consensus to help them continue operating their business at a profit and incurring that benefit, increased profit on the shoulders of the residents. I feel that's very unfair. The other portion of the data that is inaccurate is it doesn't include the data and the net profit that the operator is generating running their second business on the premise, which they're paying a very low fee on. I don't think that number is disclosed and or provided at what fee do they rent the lanes at. I think there's a lot of discrepancies in the report as it relates to that. I feel that the operator is strong arming other other lane renters and trying to prioritize only their time in all the lanes. This has been a personal experience where I've experienced this, where if the company that is renting the lanes, if they're over by a minute, like it's like this fear instilled in them. And I've experienced this firsthand when I'm picking up my daughters and how they run the pool. I have a strong opposition in increasing the lanes rental fees. We need to consider other alternative options. If the pool operator is not operating at a profit, that is a business decision they chose to make, and we need to identify other root causes rather than putting all of the burden of the cost that the operator is trying to make onto the shoulder of the residents. I feel that's unfair. And it's really disappointing as the jurisdictions of the data that was provided in the lane fees is outside of our neighboring cities, and rather cities that are in much more denser areas where the cost is likely to be higher based on the usage and or the other issues that they're looking at. I would have liked to see the data from neighboring cities like Mountain View, Palo Alto, and other cities that are much more closer in representation to where we're at, which wasn't presented accurately. The comparison is very misleading as they're using information for constituency that may or may not have the same benefits as this city has. I think the city needs to make it much more transparent in the income being generated by the operator and what it is that they're generating as part of this. Thank you again. I really appreciate your time, Mayor Combs, and the council for this.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Pam Jones.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and Vice Mayor and council members. I have had the pleasure of spending time in the smaller pool over at the Belle Haven Community Campus. And the lady and I that spend time there together, we refer to it as a spa because the temperature only a couple of degrees warmer than the other pool is just enough to make it very comfortable. The other thing about the pool that's really wonderful is that ramp. It's not easy for some of us to get up and down those stairs anymore. So the ramp just made it really easy to get in. And I think it's really important to feel safe. I have a comment about the time of the aquafit. The aquafit class on Tuesday and Thursdays is 11 to 12. Well, when seniors participate, they have to have someone get their lunch ticket as well as save a place for them. We seniors, we start lining up at 11:40, 11:45 in order to be able to sit down by noon and to begin eating fairly quickly. So if it's possible to change those hours, that would be very helpful. I also want to commend Menlo Swim because there were some problems with my fees that I'd overpaid. They noticed it, contacted me, adjusted it, and which I really appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. I will now close the public hearing and open it for city council discussion. Is there, well, I'll start off with a related question that is near and dear to my household, and that is that the heater for the instructional pool at Burgess has been broken and working sporadically for some time. Can someone provide an update on when that will be fixed?
Thank you, Mayor. So there's 2 exchangers that need to be replaced in that heater. Those exchangers are scheduled to be here on site this Friday. And so we're hoping to get a technician out to replace those exchangers. And those are ultimately the big piece that moves the water through to heat it. So that's why we've been having issues.
Okay, so we're going to be working on Friday, you said, or the parts will?
Yes, tentatively scheduled for Friday.
Okay, cool. So I'll, is there any councilmembers who want to sort of delve into more substantive questions about the action that is before us? Yeah, Vice Mayor.
So could staff give sort of an overview of what the city's responsibility and finances are on the pool, please? We've heard what the operators are.
Yes, thank you. The city maintains the facilities primarily. The ongoing upkeep of the equipment, any capital improvements to the facility. The city recently built the brand new Belle Haven pool, for example. That was all in the city. The total of those expenses is anywhere from $600,000 to $1 million per year, depending on the extent of repairs or capital projects. That's really just about the facilities.
And then we use, presumably any revenue share offsets some of those expenses, but essentially the city is in a position where we are taking, the taxpayers are paying a lot of money already for the pool. And so the revenue share would in fact offset that.
Yes, when looking like at those things in isolation from sort of the overall cost benefit of the public-private partnership, the operator handles everything related to running the programs and services, paying all of the staff, training, the lifeguards, pretty much putting out the programming. You saw what the operator's expenses are in that regard. It was 2.3 million or so. When we did the request for proposals and this agreement back in 2023, the city council at that time did ask staff to do kind of an initial analysis of what the cost would be for the city to also provide that component on top of the maintenance of the facilities. I believe the range we came back with was upwards of $4 million per year for operating all of the services and paying all of the staff and so forth, offset by revenues that came in less than that. Now, it really depends on the level of operation that we would provide, how many hours per day, how many days per week, how many days per year. I believe it was a range of expenditures from $2.5 million to $4 million on top of the facility costs, offset by revenues that were projected to be anywhere from 1.5 to I think around $3 million. So definitely another like a loss to the city. So in the big picture, staff's analysis is that the public-private partnership actually saves the taxpayers money compared to the city directly operating the pool, if you're talking about an equivalent level of service.
I had not planned to go down this road, but I will since you've now opened it. So what you're talking about is actually a equivalent level of service. But in fact, what we do with most of our facilities is the city provides the buildings, for example, with the Arriaga Recreational Center. Could you explain what the city does for the Arriaga Recreational Center, for example?
Yes, thank you. So the way the Recreation Center operates, for the most part, I think what you're getting at is many of the classes that are provided at the Recreation Center. So we're talking like dance classes, arts and crafts, things of that nature, are provided by like contract instructors. So these are folks who, we engage them in a contract. They come in, they provide the class. Let's say it's an arts and crafts class and it's $100 for people to take the class. The city manages, what the city does is arranges all of that, executes those agreements. We put out the registration in our activity guide. And by the way, our activity guide's out there right now for the spring session. So please do sign up for some classes. And then we share that revenue with the operators. Often it's like a 60-40 split, with 60% of that going to the instructors, 40% coming to the city. But now the overhead for operating the recreation center is quite a bit different than the aquatics center. And the staffing requirements are quite different. You could have a lone instructor in there kind of doing their class. There aren't the same requirements for lifeguards and other certifications.
What I'm responding to is you had given a number up to, what sticks in my mind was the $4 million for the city to run the pool. In fact, if the city were only to do the basics like we do at the Arriaga Center, where the city provides the facility, maintains it, provides access to it, has people there. In this case, we'd be providing the lifeguards. That could not be possibly near the 4 million because Mr. Sheeper and the Menlo Swim provides it, including programming, for 2.7 million. So I guess I'm
Yes, I'm glad you bring that up. I think in a nutshell, that is the difference between a private operator and the cost of a government provider.
So if the city were to take on just the lifeguarding, providing not the programming, but just lifeguarding and all, you believe it would be up to $4 million because of the difference in government costs?
Well, I think if I can just kind of call back to that back of the napkin estimate, there was a range depending on how extensive the city would have provided that programming, with the high end of that range being like, all of the bells and whistles, a lot of full-time equivalent staff and temporary staff would be upwards of 4 million. Now a much more stripped down, which I think you're alluding to, was lower in the neighborhood. You could go as low as, I think in that analysis, 1.75 to 2 million. Don't quote me on that. We'd have to go back to the report. So it really would depend on what is the level of service. Compared to what's currently happening, year-round, 7 days per week, 63 hours per week, it would be on the higher end.
So I do not want to prolong this conversation. Let me just say, I think if we were to strip back to just doing the operations such as the lifeguard, the front desk, obviously there's some coordination personnel, all of that, taking in the and doing the scheduling, it would be I assume it would be a slightly different story because we would still want to presumably have some of the other programming that is currently being offered, and then it would just be in a different context. For example, the Menlo Masters would presumably still be there and would just be there as a contractor rather than as the provider. So actually, let me stop. I did not intend to go down that path. What I was trying to do before was essentially point out that it is a partnership, that the city is putting in money for all of the maintenance, for all taking care of the pool, providing the pool. They do the chemicals, they do the janitorial service, many, many things. As on the other side, the Menlo Swim takes care of the programming, the lifeguards, the many, many teams and all of that. So, but in the report, it really is focused on one side, and the money that's being lost on one side. What I wanted to point out much more succinctly than now is was that the city also has quite a bit of money involved in this project. And I will let others make comments before I go on.
Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, you can.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just for a little bit of history, myself, I've actually been on the subcommittee to talk about the pool for quite some time. And one of the reasons why, if you all recall, the reason why in the operations, in the contract with the pool provider, that ensuring that there was a minimum amount of hours at the Belle Haven Community Campus is because prior practices from the provider did not have a minimum hours. And so I don't know how many hours the pool were open, but it definitely was not equivalent to Burgess. And so I'm having a little bit of trouble, even though the current subcommittee supported moving forward with reducing the hours, is that we're going to go back to the same practices as before. And Tim Sheeper is not new to Menlo Park. He's not new to the community. He's not new to the city. So my expectations are set a little bit higher. And considering the council at the time in 2023 supported a 5-year contract, we are still receiving the same complaints from Menlo Park residents as we did prior to the contract, and even prior, I want to say 10, 15 years ago. If you look at some concerns and complaints from residents are still the same. So I have a problem with dialing anything back. I have a problem with the fee waiver. In fact, I did not support the 5-year contract. So, and I'm looking at not just what public comment has stated this evening, also we received 2 on CCIN, where there's more things that need to happen behind the scenes. It's not necessarily in the public discussion as far as looking at operations at both pools. And I think waiving a $20,000 revenue share is shameful.
Thank you for your presentation tonight. So I am also on the subcommittee for this, albeit much more new. And I'm also struggling with this just because it is a little confusing how one pool is profitable and the other is not, especially considering the Belle Haven pool is brand new. I guess my question is, has a root cause analysis as to why attendance has been low been done? And is there any possibility of trying to fix those problems before we move to a fee increase?
Mr. Sheeper might add a little more commentary to this, but I think probably the most succinct way to respond to that very good question is to look at the past usage at the previous Belle Haven pool, which aside, I think from hours and other things, just the level of foot traffic in that location, just like any other business, where it's located actually does have quite a big impact on how much usage it gets. It's just historically been just fewer foot traffic in the vicinity of the location. And at one point in time, the city did run that pool, and it was open quite a bit fewer hours, even closed during the off season, in part just because the foot traffic just was not there. There are some sort of geographic aspects to the location that can be very difficult to surmount when comparing to a location like the Burgess Pool, which is located very centrally, not only in Menlo Park, but in this very densely populated region with Atherton, Palo Alto, and the other communities right nearby. And that's just kind of a statement of the fact. There's certainly a lot of history and backstory as to, how that came to be, the layout of the area. But in response to your question, that is like a big driving factor in the difference in just foot traffic and usage at the two locations.
And just a follow-up question. So is usage of the new Belle Haven Community Campus overall also lower than what we were anticipating or what the previous campus was at before?
Compared to the facilities on the Burgess campus, the previous center and the current center also, is a lot less foot traffic. It's because of the same
Sorry.
location.
I don't mean compared to Burgess for this. I mean compared to the community center that was at the same location before. Just, yeah. No.
Actually, that's one of the very exciting things about the Belle Haven Community Campus project is that it has seen an uptick in usage compared to the old facilities, in particular the library branch, which was actually located a little bit different part of the neighborhood before, has seen a tripling. Now, this is a tripling of usage from a very low level of usage before, but definitely an increase. Similarly, the senior center lunch program is pretty much back to the levels that it was previously, with 60 to 80 diners every lunch, kind of back at those previous levels. We're seeing a lot more use at the gym. And really what's heartening is that the vast majority of those users are what we call hyper-local residents, people who live in the neighborhood. So there definitely is that opportunity there. We believe the same can and will happen with Belle Haven Pool, but it does take time.
Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. A couple of questions, and I'll pivot it over to Councilmember Schmidt. So on one of the slides, it said for the financial overview at Belle Haven Pool, increase user fees 5 to 7%. These are recommendations, but defer the escalation of non-resident fees to 35% above the resident fees to a later time. If the issue is a shortage of revenue, why would we delay the increase in what we charge for a population that uses the pool? Unless I missed something there.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think I'll turn to Mr. Sheeper because, he has a lot more day-to-day understanding of kind of the market here.
Can you repeat the question, please?
So the recommendations, as I understand it, is one, increase user fees, but don't implement an increase in the fees as an overall user fee, but don't increase the fees as it relates to non-residents. Is that not a bullet 2 on the financial overview at Belle Haven Pool? If someone can explain to me what that number 2 bullet says, if it's different than how I understand it.
Right. About 45% of our usage at Burgess is from non-residents. Mm-hmm. And so if we continue to increase just the non-residents, we could potentially price them out of the market for swim lessons, for lap swim, et cetera, open swim.
Okay, so that's the foundation of that recommendation. This idea that non-residents would then the fees as it relates to non-residents would be above what the market will bear.
Yes, we need those non-residents to support what the residents are getting in services and what Belle Haven is getting in services as well.
But to be clear, we don't actually have any like sort of concrete analysis of when we start to lose those non-residents, at what price point. This is we're sort of guesstimating here that this increase will result in a loss of non-residents, and so we should hold back on it.
Well, we do have a little bit of data, yes, specifically from our summer camps, which are a backbone of our operations. So we have increased that to a point so that we're more at the leading edge of the market in the camps, and then we're charging on top of that an extra fee for the non-resident. And so we've gotten a lot of feedback on that, and so that was a fee, a program that we are not going to increase this year.
You're not going to increase the fee, or you're not going to do it this year. I know you're talking about Cap Menlo, right?
We're not increasing the fees for summer camps.
Okay.
Yes.
And so then, just so that I can understand from like a numbers perspective, like, so what is that? What are actual numbers? So for a week of Camp Menlo, how much is that for our resident? Or how much was it this past summer? Is it like $500? $575?
Yeah.
And so then you're saying that like if we implement the 30% delta for non-residents, then that would price that service out of the market.
There is a delta. It's $575, and I think it's $625
today, right?
Today,
yeah.
And that's where we jumped to last year.
Mm-hmm.
We got feedback on that, so we held it steady going into 2025 because we pre-sell our summer camps.
Okay. Thanks for that. So then, like, I appreciate that the pool isn't quite like the rec center, like, right, and that where people are in their individual like rooms offering their classes or services, that there can be value for greater coordination across, and that again, if you have the city's operating it, and then if you have someone, because Camp Menlo is a pretty significant and substantial operation, like, right, and so like I can see where it would be a challenge for the operator and that service provider to be different. But again, and Mr. Reinhardt has talked a lot about like private industry. So if we look though and look at the marketplace, and we say the marketplace is swim lanes, right? And so Mr. Sheeper operation like owns the market, but then is also like in the marketplace for swim lanes. And so that creates a certain conflict, which I think we're okay with. But then the fact that the pool is public, I think that puts an additional onus on the city council to be very sort of like cautious in how we let you treat other participants in the marketplace for swim lanes, because you would, like most market holders, would look to monopolize the market. And I don't say that about you specifically or in a pejorative sense. That's what people, any entity in a market would want to do. I would want to do that. But since we're talking about like, again, a public pool, there is a requirement on us, I think, to be, like I said, look at that very judiciously. So I just wanted to provide that feedback. I'm not specifically looking for you to respond, and I'll go to Councilmember Schmidt. As I'm looking at that aspect of what you're asking, I have to look at it at that lens, that we have allowed you to have a monopoly essentially over the market of swim lanes as it relates to Burgess. And so we have to be cautious because we also understand that you are a participant in that market and how we let you treat other participants. And so I just think that that's something, again, for you to understand as I'm working through these issues in my mind. And again, I'm aligned. I think the numbers don't lie. The numbers at Burgess are not what I think we would all want. And we can do all sorts of like analysis and work together about like how we get them to where we want to, but certainly the hours need to follow the people. Like, right, we can't have we can't have all of the hours and then like build it and wait for them to come. And so I'm aligned with the idea that like maybe again we have to continue with less operating hours there and look at ways of which we can get more people interested in there. So I'm aligned there. I'm aligned with some of the other things, but again, that is something that and even the overall increase in users, I can be aligned there, but I have to be concerned about like how I let you treat other operators in that marketplace. So with that, I don't know, Councilmember Schmidt, did you want to go?
Thanks, Mayor Combs. So I just want to go back to the question I asked earlier to see. I asked that for a reason because I had a question behind it. So just to get a sense of the fees for hyperlocal residents, senior residents, family swim fees, what portion of the revenue do they represent? And it can be ballpark. I'm just trying to tee up a question based on that.
So in Menlo Park, about 20% of the fees are from seniors. That's overall, both pools, 20%. And 70% at Belle Haven from hyperlocal.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, maybe let me just ask the question, and I'm new to this, so I'm gonna ask a more foundational question, and I'll freely admit the pool hasn't been a topic that I paid as much attention to as other things. So this is really to give me a sense of the market. So I grew up in Texas, and I played Texas high school football. And so the way I'm framing this question is, if you were really, really interested in lacrosse, you were going to have, cities could promote that like crazy and it wouldn't move the needle because it's Texas, it's football, right? And lacrosse might try really hard, but it was always an uphill battle. So I guess the hard question I have is, do folks in the community just not want to swim at a level that sustains the investment level of the city and any operator? And that's a fundamental question to the level of investment we're putting in this when we might be fighting a totally uphill battle relative to other things that the community could do. So that's one, and I want to hear that, and then I have a couple of other kind of quick follow-on questions.
So
I'll let him put, I would only say I think that that's like a fundamental like city policy decision. And again, I'll let Mr. Sheeper respond, but for you to present your colleagues with like what is the level of subsidy we think is valuable for a public pool, and so anyway, but if the extent to which Mr. Sheeper wanted to chime in, I will. He's more than welcome.
Yeah, thank you. We started operating Belle Haven Pool in 2011. And so we have, I think, some good experience out there. And it's a different environment for swimming. It's like the lacrosse in Texas. And it's just access to the facility and its like historical access to learning how to swim. And I believe I covered that in depth in my in the opening of the annual report of what the challenges are to the community and what the city can do to set policy for that facility or the entire Menlo Park as a whole.
Yeah, I get that. I guess the heart of the question is sort of what Mayor Combs was saying. Part of what I'm struggling with being new to this conversation is there's a service to the residents, which is why I was asking about the share of revenue that goes to more teaching people to swim and seniors and families and things like that versus sustaining revenue coming from competitive sport, right? And if the demand for a competitive sport's not there, then it's going to be hard to determine, well, we'll have to go back and look at what level of subsidy do we apply as a service for residents. So I didn't really hear much of an answer there. I guess because my concerns really are that the recovery curve is based on positive feelings and optimism and not necessarily demand for competitive sports that might subsidize a recovery. And is there some misjudgment on the market size and demand for competitive swimming? So I'm trying to separate out service and subsidy and the right thing to do for the community, which I think is really important. But if it ends up being a, $8 million subsidy, that's a rough thing to kind of go after. So that's what I'm trying to get a sense of is the competitive nature of this sport in the community that we're serving, and is that large enough? And anyway, so that's where my head is.
If I just want to chime in with two things. One, to be clear, the city subsidizes both pools to the tune of millions of dollars. So it's certainly not just Belle Haven that is subsidized. I do think that there is clear history of the value of municipal pools to a community and all that they provide in the terms of early instructional swim lessons, of making kids in a community water safe, making a community gathering spot. And so I don't know that it would be accurate to see it just based on it as a venue for competitive sports, and because it's not, it provides historically, I don't know about Texas, but certainly in California, municipal pools have historically served a lot of value by which we're not looking for profit or a zero out in the returns. Granted, there does come a point at which a subsidy of enormous proportions would be problematic. But then I think you would also be forced to test the market about what actually you can charge. And I think even setting aside Camp Menlo, I think the prices we charge for the pool and a number of other services are quite reasonable for the most part. And again, I think that's part of a policy trade-off that the city makes. But that's my thought. I didn't know if anyone else wanted to. And I think you're exactly right. Is $2 million a year for two pools? Is it worth it? Is it worth it in the extent to which we should get out of that business, or is it worth it that we should really sort of test how much we can charge? The individual users of that. I think that those are certainly coming to it new as a valid discussion.
Yeah, just a teasing, and I wasn't questioning the value of public pools, just to be clear. I totally agree with that. I'm just poking at the economics of all this to get a better sense of it. So thanks.
So just as far as Belle Haven Pool, a couple things. One is Belle Haven Pool is a much smaller pool than Burgess, so it will never have the same financial revenue, nor does it have the same expense. And it also has had decreased hours. So I really don't believe at this point we can compare much about Belle Haven versus Burgess. Because Belle Haven is a smaller operation, it will naturally have higher expenses. And it's one of the reasons that this contract the agreement that we put forward with this public-private partnership is for 2 pools, because we know that Burgess has a history of being profitable. And we knew that, especially for a small operation, especially for a new operation, that it was going to be ramping up. In fact, that's why we did forgive the first year of revenue share. And it is still in that ramp up stage. There's been a lot of hiccups in just getting it up and running, which the city has been dealing with, which have nothing to do with Mr. Sheeper, the Menlo Swim organization. It's just getting the pool up and running. So that I think that it's been, I don't think we really know yet what the trend line is for the Belle Haven pool. Also, I believe that the pool, and perhaps Councilmember Taylor will have more to say on this, or her subcommittee member, Councilmember Wise, but Belle Haven, I think, will take, residents will take advantage of that pool, especially during the summer. Belle Haven is there, it is a heat island, and to have a pool there, this was one part of the thought when it was built, and we decided to subsidize the building a pool there, was that it is good for everyone to have access to water. It's very, very important, as Mr. Sheeper stated through pages of the introduction of the annual report, for everyone to learn to swim. It's a big safety issue, and it also builds a lot of confidence, and it's just it's very good for kids and people of all ages. But Belle Haven is a small operation, and it will naturally have higher expenses. So I would like to see both pools viewed together rather than separately. And then, I guess the other piece is swimming is much, much more than competitive swimming. Okay, I will stop there. Let me have others. So I had a question about just the profitability, and that was on the profit and loss statements as done in the financial analysis. It actually has revenue share being $6,268 for 2024. Could you explain what that number is in that report? Is that the revenue share for this last quarter?
Yes.
So that actually indicates that it was doing better than the $20,000 level. That $20,000, 1/4 of the $20,000 would have been $5,000. So it was doing better than the base level.
That's a combination of Burgess and Belle Haven.
Right. So but all of these numbers where you are citing that there's a $65,000 loss overall, those are for both pools. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's primarily driven by or I think entirely driven by a loss at the Belle Haven pool.
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you. I guess I will just state, I do not think that resident fees should go up, because as someone has had said, residents or taxpayers already paying for the pool. I personally have no trouble with seeing the non-resident fees go up to a level of 35%. The non-resident fees are, as you increase them, you are increasing revenue without increasing costs. So I would basically leave that to the operator to decide at what level those non-resident fees make sense. But I personally would not like to see resident fees raised. And I would also include that I would also include nonprofits with that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, because you started us off where I wanted to go, which is framing the discussion based on seeing where there is some council consensus for the specific items that have been teed up for us. And so, again, going through the recommendations, we've received the annual aquatics report. We have received the independent analysis of the aquatics operators financial report. Now essentially consider and adopt a resolution to increase aquatic fees. And so within that bucket of aquatic fees includes both the fees that an individual user would pay and also the fees of programs that are essentially renting, sort of sub-renting, subleasing lanes from the Sheeper organization. And so I hear that the Vice Mayor is not on board with any increases except as it relates to non-residents. But let me know if I've gotten that wrong. And so then it'd be great to hear where other council members are as it relates to increasing aquatic fees overall, or whether you would make you would break that out in some different way.
Just an idea, feel free to say no. But since this is coming back to council on March 25th for amending the agreement, is there any support for maybe continuing the matter as a whole to that meeting? Because I really appreciate the discussion. I really appreciate everyone's taking it seriously. I think perhaps some additional time in looking this over, additional community outreach, but again, just an idea.
I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I go to staff and Mr. Sheeper. So the extent to which, if you had gotten direction tonight to increase fees, when would those increases have taken effect? And if that is then continued to when we were going to review the overall agreement on March 25th, what would the delay if you were planning to interact to put that into effect before March 25th?
The plan is to put the fees into effect, the increased fees into effect in the beginning of April, and then have enough time to message out to the community that it indeed is coming.
And so like if you got direction on the 25th about the increase in the direction was, or if the council voted to allow increases in fees, would that not be enough time to implement them by April? I certainly know there'd be less time to let people know they're coming, but are there actual really logistical barriers that would prevent like you from enacting the fee within the next week or so?
There would be no logistical barriers.
Okay. Given that, I could be inclined to continue. I would though like to provide both staff and the operator here with some sense of where council members are at, because I think that's fair. As it relates to reduction of the Belle Haven hours, overall increasing of fees, and yeah, right, that those were the revenue share, the revenue share. I think those are the three main components. If I've missed something, let me know.
I'm happy to share that I'm aligned with Vice Mayor Nash. I would not like to see residence fees, nonprofits increased. I'm more amenable to non-resident fees being increased. I would also like to say, getting to my question from earlier, I would also just really like to see further work around why these numbers are low. I understand it just takes time, but maybe just a larger push to get people out. And again, I know the summer is coming, so hopefully more people will come, but that's where I'm at.
Totally fair. I would only say again, with Belle Haven, we don't know that these numbers are low. They're numbers, right? And they're actually quite high if we're comparing the prior Belle Haven pool. They're low compared to Burgess, but it could be that just the market for folks who want to go to the Belle Haven pool is smaller, and it's always something that may require some form of a I mean, to be clear, Burgess requires a subsidy too. So I think that's something to point out. But I think that's fair, and I think the operator and staff appreciates the feedback there. I see Councilmember Taylor's hand, and so I will go to her next.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I'm not in support of reducing the hours or increasing the fees, including to the lane rentals.
Including to the lane renters, like the other programs.
Yes.
Totally. I'll go and give some overall. Again, I would be fine with continuing to pause on the revenue share. You know, I'd also be willing to continue the pause on the hours at Belle Haven, but with some program or a plan for understanding what really is that market, like, right? And are there things that we can do to increase usage? Like overall, I would be supportive with a general fee increase. I think I'm less supportive of the idea of like the fees, the rental fees that are charged other programs, especially those that are nonprofits. Like I say, because I concerned about that you control the market and are an operator in the market, and then what there was the lane rental fees, I'm okay with the delta in theory increasing between residents and non-residents, but I do think we then have to have some sort of carve out for some of those higher dollar services, because I do think something for like, Camp Menlo, if you're in the 600, 700 range, I do think you are pricing yourself out of that market. And so again, like I could be supportive with an increase in the delta between resident and non-residents, but like I said, I think we need a carve out for some of those like higher cost programs. Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, just to echo what my other council members said, I in feeling like this is largely a subsidized community service and not really a market-driven business enterprise, I'm definitely okay with one pool subsidizing another and treating it as a community service. So for that reason, and others, I would definitely not want to see nonprofit fees increase. This is about providing something for our community. Non-resident users, I'm okay with looking at a fee increase. I'm a little leery of the revenue share, but I would be maybe okay with a short-term continuation of that pause. I mean, it's not a huge amount of money, but the biggest concern I have kind of moving forward is, what is this market? It's not, I don't want to build, I want to make sure it's not built on the hope that we'll somehow cultivate more swimmers. And so, because that is the land of endless losses in a P&L structure, right? So figuring out the level of subsidizing this versus the real demand that's out there, both for residents and competitive and all those kind of things. I would really want us to get to that over time, because otherwise I think the red ink continues to flow in a pretty big way. And given all the other pressures we have on costs and expenses, I'd want us to continue to kind of look at the real market that's in both of these areas. So anyway, I feel like I'm largely aligned with where everybody's at.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmidt. Is there anything here that staff? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. So who wants to go first? The Vice Mayor or Councilmember Taylor?
The Vice Mayor.
All right. So I am concerned about decreasing the hours at Belle Haven Pool, but I do understand that short term, there may need to be some flexibility as there currently is. I would not be interested in putting that into the contract. I'm actually against what is in the contract, and to leave that, to take that out of the hands and the oversight of the city. But I would be willing to have some flexibility with the hours short term. And also looking at it, well, I guess I would like a proposal as to what you would like to do, but I'm thinking like looking at it seasonally with the, I don't know if, I mean, there's a lot of discussion up here how exactly that would be approved. As I said before, increasing fees, I am not in favor of increasing resident fees, and the non-resident fees, I feel that it's really something that would be up to Menlo Swim and Sport as far as what they feel that the market could bear. But we do typically have a 35% differential. As far as the camps go, is there a preference for Menlo Park residents for the camps? Because that's something that if I guess I would like to see if the fees are held on Menlo Park camps. I have no problem with that, but I'd like to see Menlo Park residents have first shot at it. My understanding is those are very popular camps, and it would be nice to have Menlo Park residents have priority. On the pausing revenue share, I'm against that. First of all, I believe that we do have a good financial analysis, but the largest piece of that is the payroll, and that is a black box. We have some information, but if we are actually, the agreement was based upon looking at revenues. And if we are now going to be looking at expenses and revenues, then we need to have full transparency into what's happening in the program. And until we get that, I'm a no on pausing revenue share. And as you heard, I believe we should not be increasing rental fees, certainly for the nonprofits. I guess for commercial, that again would be up to Mr. Sheeper, but I do not want to see the nonprofits. My understanding is that's largely Menlo Park residents, and we should not be increasing that. So, and I guess, so I would very much like to have a look at the, I'm not sure what exactly would be changed in the agreement. Thank you.
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And just wanted to, I had a question, and this was on page K 1.14. Just there was mention of a working group, Belle Haven working group. So just wanted to find out if they've met, and I can get this information offline, but who's on it, because I'm not aware. Someone asked me about it to see if they could join. The second is that, just to be clear, I think that we are taking action too soon. I am definitely not supportive of the waiver of revenue share. Just wanted to reiterate that. And definitely not supportive of changing the hours. I think there needs to be a little bit more time, considering the pool hasn't even been open a year yet. And we're already taking action. In fact, this contract was created before the pool was even completed and open. And so I think we're acting too soon. So I appreciate Councilmember Wise asking that we postpone a decision so that more information can be gathered for council to be better informed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. So now I'll return to where I was initially. Is there any additional direction, guidance from council that either staff or Mr. Sheeper thinks would provide value until we see this item again?
Yeah, I just want to be perfectly clear that our company is in crisis mode right now. And there's two things that have to really happen. One, in 2025, we have to have a high performance year. We have to do really well in all of our programming across the board. And currently, we're pre-selling lessons and we're pre-selling camps, and we're trending behind 2024. Right? That's one thing. We have to really perform and be really good at what we do. And this is our 19th year of operating in Menlo Park and our 27th year of operating as an aquatics provider, right? We're gonna have to have one of our best years. Secondly, we're coming to council because we're asking you how we can continue to be the aquatic provider for Menlo Park if indeed you want us to be the aquatic provider. And so in order for us to continue, we cannot continue without all of these things happening either in the short term or in the midterm. We'll need to make some drastic decisions.
Thank you. I understand that. I think my colleagues understand that, and yeah, and when this comes back, we will make those decisions. But also understanding that from your perspective, what you've come to council with and before council is what you consider table stakes to some degree in the continuation of the program in Menlo Park. I certainly understood that, and I think my colleagues understood that. But we will have this discussion again in light of this current discussion and in light of the additional analysis and homework that we'll all do in preparation for the meeting at the end of the month. Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes, thank you. This discussion and the direction and feedback from City Council has been incredibly helpful. And so to answer your question, is any more direction needed as far as what we will be bringing back to you in 2 weeks? I believe we do have everything we need at this point. And again, I think that all of the direction, we've captured it. It's very clear. And we're looking forward to coming back in 2 weeks.
Okay, thanks. And so I think since this was teed up for an action item, I think we have to do an official continuation, or we don't.
We have to renotice the fee item. So a continuation isn't necessary for
Okay.
the noticing provisions.
Okay, cool. Well, then I will bring to close this this public hearing fully. And we'll transition to the next public hearing item. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sheeper. Thank you, Mr. Reinhardt. K2, is the final public hearing. Consider and adopt a resolution denying an appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of a use permit, architectural control permit, and below market rate housing agreement to construct a 100% affordable 88 dwelling unit development in the R3 zoning district at 320 Sheridan Drive. Here to introduce the item is Senior Planner Chris Turner, but before I formally go to Mr. Turner, I'll just give everyone some rundown of how this will proceed. So Mr. Turner will make a presentation, and then he will introduce Steven Spielberg of Alliant Communities, the developer of this project. He will make a presentation. After that, Mr. Turner will introduce Skip Hilton. Mr. Hilton, who is the appellant, will make a presentation and rebuttal, if any. And then there will be an optional rebuttal for the applicant, which in this case we're referring to as Mr. Spielberg. Correct. And so in theory, the last person that will have a say, if they choose, will be Mr. Spielberg with Alliant Communities. So just wanted to give everyone a rundown of like how this will go, since this is an appeal. Then after the parties have spoken and given presentations and staff has spoken and given his presentation, we will come to the dais for clarifying questions. I will open up the public hearing for public comment on this item. Again, if there are 10 or more speakers, we will limit the speaker time to 2 minutes each. And then after public comment, we'll bring it to council for further discussions, questions, and an action item on whether to sustain or deny the appeal. All right, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mayor Combs, for that introduction, and city council members. Thanks. I'm Chris Turner, senior planner. Here to talk about the appeal of Planning Commission's approval of the 320 Sheridan project. So the purpose of tonight's hearing is to consider the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a use permit, architectural control, and BMR agreement for the project. Per section 16.86.040 of the municipal code, the city council may affirm, reverse, or modify the planning commission's decision. However, if planning commission or city council action is not taken within 75 days of the appeal, the planning commission's action is deemed affirmed. So Mayor Combs went over this a little bit. I think we can skip this. It's just the format for tonight's meeting. So for a high-level overview of the project, it would consist of 3 multifamily residential buildings with a total of 88 units. All of the units except for an on-site manager's unit would be deed-restricted BMR units. The project includes on-site amenities like a barbecue area, a child's play area, and is intended to serve the Ravenswood City School District staff. The project is subject to the state density bonus law, which allows waivers from development standards that would physically preclude the project, and also monetary incentives intended to reduce the cost of providing affordable housing. The project includes several waivers and incentives, including reduced setbacks, increased height and floor area ratio, removing requirements to dual plumb the buildings, and underground utility lines, among a few other waivers. And finally, the project was determined to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA. The project is located in the R3 district, which provides up to 20 dwelling units per acre for lots over 100,000 square feet. This is roughly 2.5 acres. So it gets that 20 dwelling units per acre plus state density bonus on top of that. It's the site of the former flood school, which closed in 2012 and was demolished in 2018. The site is bounded by Highway 101 to the north, Flood Park to the south, generally the suburban park neighborhood to the west, and then the Flood Triangle neighborhood to the east, but is directly next to the Life Moves Haven House property to the east. The property was identified as a housing element opportunity site for its ability to provide at least 40 below market rate housing units. So the project went through a lot of review prior to this meeting. During the review process, staff and other agencies, including fire district, reviewed the project for compliance with applicable codes. Staff found that the project was compliant with city standards, and the Menlo Park Fire Protection District reviewed and issued some preliminary conditions for the project. It's important to note that they did not approve anything at this time, and the project will go back to the fire district for review once building permits have been submitted. The project was discussed at the November 2024 Housing Commission meeting, where they recommended approval of the BMR agreement, and then was subsequently reviewed at the January 13th Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission's discussion centered around mostly traffic, bicycle parking, access to Flood Park, and the possibility of including a second entrance from Van Buren Road. But the Planning Commission ultimately approved the use permit, approved the project as proposed, and determined that the project was exempt from CEQA under Class 32 infill exemption. And then subsequent to that, the city received an appeal of the Planning Commission's actions on January 28th. So the full text of the appeal and then the applicant's response to the appeal are included as exhibits R and S respectively to the resolution, which is attachment A. Staff's full response is included in the staff report, but I'll give a as quick as possible overview of the claims and staff's response to that. So the first claim asserts that there's the intersection of Bay Road and Ringwood Avenue should have been included in the transportation impact analysis, otherwise known as the TIA. The claim notes that the project would increase traffic at this intersection, and then that Atherton has rezoned some parcels along Bay Road that, if redeveloped, would add even more traffic to Bay Road. And that Atherton was, in their environmental review, found that the project or the area generally was a high VMT corridor. So our staff reviewed the intersections and the trip generation and found them to be below the threshold for that intersection to be included in the TIA. However, we do have the data from recent TIAs for other projects, including Atherton's housing element update, the Parkland project that's proposed. Those all did study the intersection. We are aware that those TIAs found there to be deficiencies at that intersection, and included some recommended improvements, which is essentially signalizing the intersection, which has been found to be infeasible at this time for a number of reasons. And then further, despite being in a high VMT area, the TIA found that the project itself would be less than significant with impacts to with regard to VMT impacts, which is the metric for transportation impacts under CEQA. So the second claim contains that that there was misleading and inaccurate transit analysis, public transit analysis. So it notes that there are no direct access points to bus routes in the area, and then the bus stops, the routes that were identified, only serve students. It also notes that the limited access to good public transit would increase the VMT. So staff contends that the transportation demand management, TDM plan for the project, includes these facilities as background information. And it does note that pedestrian access to the bus stops is longer than as the straight arrow distance. And then staff did confirm with Samtrans that although the 81, 82, et cetera, routes, they are tailored to students, but they are open to the public. So residents or employees of the schools in the area could technically take them to work. Finally, neither the TDM plan nor the TIA rely on access to public transit facilities for their analysis. And the TDM plan complies with the county's requirements. And then the TIA shows that the project would have less than significant VMT impacts. The third claim notes that there's misleading and inadequate assessment of bike and pedestrian access, and says that the TDM plan inaccurately shows a bike route from the site to the Caltrain station via Van Buren Road. It notes that potential gate access into Flood Park would not be open to residents of the broader neighborhood, which unnecessarily restricts their access into the park. And that by requiring these things, it would help reduce the project's VMT. So staff agrees that the bike route shown is an error. It's kind of what happens when you Google Maps from 320 Sheridan to the Caltrain station. But when you adjust that to the site's entrance, it's generally the same travel time by bike. Only one of the measures of the TDM plan relies on bike access through the park. However, the applicant would be required to submit an updated TDM plan when they submit the building permit application. And the TDM plan would be compliant with the county's requirements even without that one measure. And then again, the TIA didn't rely on bike and pedestrian access into the park for their analysis, and the VMT impacts were less than significant. The fourth claim notes that the project lacks environmental and traffic mitigation measures, namely that the applicant should have been required to mitigate VMT and air quality impacts. As noted previously, the project was determined to be exempt from CEQA. So from a CEQA standpoint, projects are only required to include mitigation measures if further review in the form of like an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, or an EIR is necessary. And then if those impacts are found to be potentially significant, that's when additional mitigation measures would be required. Since this project was exempt from CEQA, the project is only required to incorporate the applicable mitigation measures from the Connect Menlo EIR and then the housing element subsequent EIR. So during the course of the review, the applicant provided air quality analyses, health risk assessments consistent with the SEIR mitigation measures, which were peer reviewed by city's CEQA consultant. The air quality assessment found the impacts to be less than significant. The health risk assessment recommended some advanced air filtration systems that would be required to be incorporated into the building permit set when the applicant submits those. And then again, the TIA showed less than significant impacts. So the city would not be able to require additional mitigation measures to reduce VMT. The next claim notes that there's a lack of creative options to address traffic and environmental impacts. It says that the TIA fails to consider a project alternative with a second entrance. So under state law, the city is required to review the project as it is proposed to us. So there's no second public entrance proposed. So we did not study it in the TIA. CEQA does require alternatives to be studied in an EIR. But again, since the project was exempt, we could not require alternatives to be studied. And finally, it's important to note that the second public access is not required to meet city standards. So the project was found to be in compliance as proposed. The final claim contends that the project is inconsistent with the general plan, more specifically the environmental justice and circulation elements, and that the project is also inconsistent with the transportation master plan, the TMP. So the city contends that the project would actually help further the goals of the environmental justice element, in particular policies to develop safe, sanitary, and stable homes across all locations and affordability ranges, and to support housing development distribution throughout the city, and not just concentrated within Menlo Park's underserved communities. That said, the environmental justice element was adopted after the application was submitted. And so under state law, inconsistency with the EJ element cannot be used for a basis of a denial on the project. And then finally, the circulation element and the transportation master plan do not identify the extension of Van Buren Road in either of those plans. And then the project does not hinder the city's ability to implement the TMP. So the project would not be inconsistent with either of those long-term plans. So that's it for the appeal. We did receive some additional correspondence after publication in the staff report. Most of it went to the city council directly. Generally, there were many letters that expressed concerns over safety, particularly fire safety, and also urged the city council to either uphold the appeal and deny the project outright, or require a second entrance as part of the approval. We did receive other letters that urged the city council to approve the project as designed, to further development of affordable housing and to further implement the housing element. So tonight, staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve the project. And with that, we can move into the applicant's presentation, unless there are any immediate questions.
Well, thank you, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, neighbors and staff, especially staff. I don't know if everyone read through staff's report, but it's quite comprehensive and tough to add much to it because I think they do an excellent job at really going point by point through everything in the appeal. I just want to start out by saying, my name's Steven Spielberg. They introduced me. I work for Alliant Communities. We're an affordable housing developer. And really, that's our mission. And I really don't have a fight with anyone. I'd like to make all neighbors happy in every community that we develop in. It's not always possible to please everyone. We've really tried to work with as many people as possible to create a project that works for all the surrounding neighborhoods and create something for the future residents that will live there. And I think one of the most important things for me anyway is helping solve the affordable housing crisis and affordability crisis we have in California. And one of the things that I would like to see us do with this project is just continue to move it along so the residents we plan to serve, the staff members for the Ravenswood City School District, and people that currently live and work in Menlo Park but can't afford to live in Menlo Park have that opportunity. With that said, I do have a short presentation. I normally like to give all presentations myself, but I have part of it that our attorney, Linda Klein from Cox Castle, will come, since it is legal points that we're trying to make sure we make. But I'd like to start out just with my own short presentation. And so if you go to the next slide, this slide is pretty much already covered, just the location. Oh, it's me. So we know where the site is. And then I just wanted to move on to a little bit of history. Probably everyone in this room knows it, but if we haven't said it, this site was the former James Flood Magnet School. It existed there until around 10 years ago when it was demolished. The thing that I really wanted to point out here is that when it was an active school, there were approximately 300 students and 40 staff members that were all coming and going from this one access point twice a day, 5 days a week at a pretty intensive time, because as we know, schools, it's really twice a day at the exact same time as when the traffic is bunched up. So what we're proposing, while I guess it's different than what has happened, rather than a vacant site for the last 10 years, we are proposing a much less intensive use than was here before. And another interesting note that I've learned through this somewhat long process is that prior to selecting us to develop affordable housing on the site, the district looked at multiple uses that they could develop essentially by right, meaning that they would not have to go to Planning Commission or the City Council process, and that as a district, they could have done something that would have benefited the district, that would have avoided this process, including creating a bus yard, school district offices, leasing to a private school. And I think that, for me personally, but I think also probably the neighbors agree that they rather have other residential uses at this location than school buses coming and going. And here's just an overall timeline of the site. And I'm not going to go line for line through here, but I think there's a few things I'll just point out that, I think probably everyone in this audience knows, but as far back as 2022, there was the Measure V ballot measure that failed. And subsequently, I guess, really throughout the next 3 years, as you'll see on our timeline, we've done numerous community outreach meetings and tried to shape the project. And one interesting thing that happened through all this is, as Chris's presentation said, the city rezoned the site R3 to make multifamily a by right use there, and also included it in the city's housing element. So essentially, our development is helping the city meet its RENA requirements. And then you'll also see we continued to do community outreach. About a year ago, we submitted our entitlement application. And so a year later, we're finally here trying to get our entitlements finalized. As I mentioned, my goal in general with my job and what we do is developing affordable housing and helping low-income folks get into housing. So as you can see, this probably isn't the ideal way to do this in California or anywhere else, where it just takes years to get things entitled, because as you might imagine, then we're going to go to the building department. We've got to put together our financing. There's a couple years of construction. So hopefully everything continues to move forward at the pace we're moving on. And, in about 2 years, we'll have a project there and be able to house the folks that we'd really like to. So I already touched on this, but I think that approving, one great reason to approve the project is it does help the city meet its RENA goals. We have complied with all the state density bonus laws. We're not asking for anything out of the ordinary that no affordable housing development gets. And then probably most important to us is that from the Housing Accountability Act, right now, there are no agreements with Caltrans or Haven Family House. And so essentially, it would be infeasible for us to create a second entrance. And I know one of the statements that's been made by multiple residents is that I've said that I'm very open to designing the project in a way that would be beneficial for neighbors. I do feel that way. I have felt that way. At this time, it is really no longer a feasible option. We need to move the project forward. We have funding applications. We have to be entitled in order to get our funding. And so if we were to be conditioned or denied, it would really create an infeasible situation for the project. So I believe that the Housing Accountability Act actually prevents that from happening. And as I mentioned, it's really crucial for the project because as what happens with many affordable housing projects, stalling the project, adding conditions, all these things add time and money. And in the end, sometimes they don't get built at all because of that. Right now, we happen to be in a ripe spot for our funding application with the timing. And it's possible that we could move forward later, but uncertain. One thing that did come out of our community outreach process, though, is we did change the original buildings from, it was originally designed as one 4-story building. And through community outreach process, we broke that up. We tried to make it more to match the community. We now have 3 separate buildings that we've tried to match neighborhood characteristics. And for those that didn't know, the site does have units with a preference for those that live in Menlo Park, those that live and work in Menlo Park, teachers and staff of the Ravenswood City School District, and employees of the county. And then here's the site plan. As you can see on the top right is the emergency vehicle access that has gotten a lot of attention. We do have agreement with our neighbor for emergency vehicle access specifically. They have not been interested in granting us any kind of full access through that area. Above that would be a Caltrans area that, again, no one has granted us any access to do anything. And on the bottom is a pedestrian entrance that we plan to have into the park for our residents. I'm now going to invite Linda Klein to talk about some of the more specific elements of the appeal.
Good evening, council members. I know I'm like the last person you want to hear from, applicant's attorney, so I will try to be succinct and quick. And I think also Chris did a really great job already presenting a lot of these issues. I don't need to say them again. I will just add, though, if you have questions about any communications we had with Caltrans or Haven House or how those things went, we're happy to talk about that. And Will Eager from the school district is here, as well as the architect. So we have some people in the audience who might be able to better answer questions when that time comes. So just a couple of appeal points on the TDM plan. I think Chris went over why the TDM plan still works, even though one of the diagrams in it wasn't accurate. It's been updated, and there's an updated TDM plan that is included in your packet that has the correct diagram. The VMT impacts, Chris also went over just that the traffic impact analysis found that they were less than significant. under the city's threshold. So the threshold for the city is 12.4. The project was at 11.4 without any TDM measures, and the TDM measures would further reduce those trips. So it's quite a low VMT project, and that tends to be because affordable housing tends to perform well in that sort of analysis. And part of what the idea here is you're going to reduce your regional VMT by putting people who otherwise couldn't live in Menlo Park, which is a wonderful community, close to their jobs in Menlo Park. So they're not traveling from really far away. And then for general plan consistency, which was brought up, I think although the environmental justice element doesn't apply, this project's really important for affirmatively furthering fair housing and to allow affordable housing throughout the city. There's been a lot of development in one specific section of the city and not so much on the side of the freeway. And so I think this is one of the things that HCD want to see. This project helps carry that out, is putting low-income units outside of Belle Haven and into areas that are very high resourced. In fact, this area has a highest resource score. I also want to say for the circulation element, as Chris pointed out, there wasn't a plan to carry Van Buren through the site. It would have to go through Haven House property to do that. Haven House had made it very clear they're not interested in giving us full access through their property. We've had many, 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 many discussions with them. We've tried. We do have about finally today, after maybe 2 years while this whole process has been going on, we've been working behind the scenes with them, about to be executed reciprocal access easements for the fire access only. So that took a lot of negotiation just to get that. So we're happy about that. We feel it will make the project safer to have that additional EVA for fire, but I don't think it's feasible for us to get full access from Haven House. We can talk about Caltrans if you're interested later. And then, I just want to note that the project has gone through a preliminary review with the Fire Protection District. They felt that it would be safe. There are, issues that will be worked out during building permit process, like any project. One of the things that was raised in the appeal was maybe we might need to underground some of the wires for clearance of fire trucks. And if that's true, that would occur. Right? Nobody's looking to create an unsafe situation or to not comply with safety laws. So I think Chris and Stephen pointed this out, but all the professionals who looked at this project, the people who we rely on and the public you rely on as your experts, have found this project meets city requirements, doesn't create safety issues, doesn't create public health or transportation issues, and just wouldn't create a specific adverse impact, which really refers to a direct and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards. And I also know your city attorney has probably walked you through this definition multiple times. Sorry to be repetitive. So last slide. So there was many, many letters from seemingly suburban park neighbors that seemed a little bit like a form letter that you received that raised 3 issues. So the first one is that the TDM plan is flawed. As I mentioned, the TDM plan did have an incorrect figure, but its analysis isn't flawed. The ability of the project to meet CCAG's TDM requirements is still valid. The project will do that. The second point was the developer is willing to create a second entrance. This is sort of a misleading statement. We are willing but lack the property rights to do so, and those property rights are not feasibly obtainable. So I guess I will touch on Caltrans, but originally the district reached out to Caltrans. They had some discussions. Caltrans is, as you imagine, not in the business of providing their public property to private individuals. So they don't want to create a road that just serves one property. So they would need to declare that land surplus and make it go through surplus lands, and then we would need to buy it. That would be one option. They haven't expressed any willingness that they want to do that. Encroachment permit was suggested that we talked to a Caltrans consultant who didn't see why they would grant that, again, because it's not really for the public in general, like a public street. So, and then, Caltrans had talked about also, there was some correspondence I wasn't part of that also talked about moving the retaining wall, which again, like the cost of these things would really be infeasible for this project to afford. And the time also is not feasible. The project would die. So I just wanted to touch on that. So willing and able are not the same thing, I guess, is really what I want to say. And the last one is that a second entrance will improve safety and daily commute distances and quality of life. This is speculative. I mean, if for people who right now are commuting from Central Valley, just living in Menlo Park will improve their quality of life, right? Just the opportunity to do that. So I think rather than thinking about what might happen, like being able to approve a project, having it get funded and built, you can improve people's lives. So that is all. We really hope and ask that you uphold the Planning Commission approval. We think this is a good project. We think it has a lot of benefits for the community, and we're here for questions, so thank you.
I just also wanted to say thanks and reiterate one point really, that we are in the business of developing affordable housing. And one thing you may not realize about affordable housing is that our affordable covenants are typically 55 years. And once you apply for and receive tax credits, we're required to be the owner for at least 15 years. So we're really here for the long term. We want to be good neighbors. And so, while I do hope that you overturn the appeal and approve the project, I do appreciate all the neighbors that came out. We hope that we have the opportunity to develop this and house the people that we hope to help house, but we really hope that we're also, good, friendly neighbors that have great tenants for the next 55 or more years. So thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the appellate, Skip Hilton.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Combs and Vice Mayor Nash, and to the council for hearing my appeal on the Planning Commission decision from January 13th, 2025. I don't have any specific rebuttals other than what's in this presentation, so I'm just going to go forward with that. That's all right. I want to begin by stating that I'm in favor of this site becoming affordable housing for teachers in our city. And I look forward to welcoming the new residents of this project as our neighbors. I've supported housing developments at a number of locations and not necessarily all in District 1 across the city, including 500 Middle Avenue, Spring Line at 550 Oak Grove, and I've publicly supported new housing projects on the city-owned downtown lots and the Park Line development at SRI and any other affordable housing projects that will help us meet our state mandated goals. But for all of these housing projects in our city, I believe they must be approached intelligently and with accurate information from the developers and planning staff so as to provide the best quality of life for the new residents. Specifically, I feel the project at 320 Sheridan Drive can be greatly improved for the future residents with some obvious common sense changes that were not fully considered by the Planning Commission. I'm appealing the decision because I know that at least some of the commissioners felt forced to make a decision to approve the use permit despite some omissions, inaccuracies, changing information, and conflicting data that was provided by the developer city staff and the consultants that were hired by both. You have the complete appeal, obviously, and it's been printed here, but I would like to go through and highlight a few of the points for your consideration and for the public record and share some visuals about the appeal points. I would also like to mention a couple of issues that I became aware of after the deadline to submit the appeal. I'm going to try to make this work. I should also state for the record that I'm not a developer or a lawyer. I'm just a resident and someone who lives in the community, has lived here for a long time. And I've seen this project at every opportunity that it had to be considered by the public, including the outreach by the developer, as well as any housing or planning commission or city council meetings where it's been brought up. So I'll also start with a map of the area. And in this case, the current status of the project design is essentially a gated community at the end of a cul-de-sac at 320 Sheridan Road with one ingress and egress, which means that residents will have just the one route for commuting to work or to school out through Hedge Road and likely down Bay Road. If the majority of the residents are actually Ravenswood teachers and staff, as we hope, they would likely travel east on Bay Road towards Willow by car or towards the bike and pedestrian bridge over 101 if biking or on foot. Now, this section of Bay Road that's marked in red on this map is already a congested roadway during the morning commute, a condition that is known to the city as there actually is a no left turn sign on Del Norte Avenue, which restricts turning left from 7 to 9 a.m. weekdays in order to prevent cut-through traffic into the Flood Triangle neighborhood. In addition, Atherton has rezoned 4 parcels along Bay Road, which are shaded in yellow here, with up to 36 units of high-density housing. And their own transportation impact analysis says this will add 32 more peak hour trips daily on Bay Road. Now, the TIA, the transportation impact analysis that was commissioned by the city, was done by Hexagon. And they studied the 4 intersections that you see with the green circles here. And unlike the Bay Road and Ringwood intersection, none of these intersections experience any significant traffic today. At the city's discretion, Hexagon did not study the intersection at Bay and Ringwood, which is marked in red. And the staff stated it did not meet the criteria for study, although as we saw on the last slide, it's an area that's already heavily impacted with commute traffic in the morning. Now, there's a lot of text on here, and I don't expect you to read it, but I'll just summarize by saying that the city exempted the Bay Ringwood intersection because it estimated that the project would create less than 10 peak hour trips daily. So this is an 88-unit development that would create less than 10 peak hour trips on the corridor, even though it's the likely direction that Ravenswood teachers and folks living in District 1 would travel if they were commuting to that area, down Bay into Willow. But in a separate TIA for the Atherton project on Bay Road that was produced by the same consultant, Hexagon, they estimated that the 36 units there would generate 32 peak hour trips daily, and also assessed that road as stated a high VMT area with significant loss of service during the AM peak hour. So an 88-unit development is going to generate less than 10 peak hour trips, but a 36 unit will generate 32. Just doesn't seem to make sense, and particularly coming from a consultant. So development that's 2.5 times the number of units would generate only 1/3 of the peak hour trips is troubling. And that Hexagon would not be allowed to study an intersection for a project that both they themselves identified as a highly impacted corridor, both in the Parkline SRI and in the Atherton TIA studies. The Planning Commission was not made aware of why the critical intersection had been studied, other than it didn't meet the criteria. So questions about these unrealistic estimates impacting a known high VMT corridor would have been relevant to the discussion and possibly the grant of the CEQA exemption at that meeting. The developer's TDM plan has a section here that's pictured, provided maps for walking distances to transit that relied on bike, ped access to Flood Park, but Flood Park's only accessible from 8 a.m. to dusk, not a reliable earning morning or late night commute if you have to get to school or to work before 8 a.m. Also, the developer included a Measure 23 gap closure in their TDM, bike and pedestrian facilities committing to work with the county to gain access to the park to, quote, promote walking and biking, improving the safety and comfort, and making local and regional connections easier to access. The measure was designed not just to benefit the site employees and residents, but also other pedestrians and cyclists in the area, particularly in the new development, is able to close gaps in the bicycle and pedestrian network. However, since then, developers contradicted this and said that during that planning commission meeting, they are not planning to allow public access to non-resident pedestrians and cyclists, but yet this is still posted in the TDM plan on the city's website. Also, county park officials that we spoke with had said flood park access is off the table due to safety issues, including access by bicycle or pedestrians, which leaves the project with the one commute option via Sheridan Drive for all modes of transit. This is the figure that was discussed earlier in the TDM plan. This map of biking distances shows that it's using Van Buren Road as an exit. And as acknowledged, the developer lawyers and city have said this was incorrect and misleading, and they've corrected it apparently, but the TDM plan that's again posted on the city's website does not reflect those changes. So the public is not aware of the improvements that have been made. But the bigger issue here isn't access to Caltrain. It's the fact that that access by bike and ped is also directly up the street from the bike ped bridge. And that bridge is how most Ravenswood teachers and staff, if they lived in this development, would get to work. The distances there would be a difference of 4 times longer if they had to go fully around through Hedge and Bay as opposed to direct access, a difference of 7 minutes versus 23 minutes to walk that distance. More than one planning commissioner assumed that this entrance would be accessible by residents for that purpose and was surprised to learn, and in the discussion it was clear that bike and pedestrians would not be able to access through Van Buren, might not be able to access through Flood Park, and therefore it dramatically changes the accessibility and the quality of life for the residents. I wanted to add this one issue because I wasn't aware of this when I submitted my appeal after the deadline, but I did become aware that there are some issues that weren't discussed at Planning Commission because it was not detailed in the packet provided by planning and staff. In this photo, you'll see there's 3 PG&E distribution power lines across over the access road and the main entrance to the project at 320 Sheridan. According to section D 105.4 of the California Fire Code, yeah, I did look it up. These power lines must be located underground to comply with the state code, which will be costly and time consuming for the project. This is an overhead view of where those power lines come across, and according to emails between city and fire officials, this was a known issue as far back as June 2024. Not surprisingly, the city received a request from the developer for an incentive that they not be required to underground the utilities, as doing so would have been cost prohibitive. Now, the city granted that incentive, although it's not clear that the city can legally provide incentives that violate California State Fire Code, which means that the power lines may still need to be undergrounded during the construction or permitting process. And it remains unclear who's going to bear the cost of that. It was not fully detailed in the Planning Commission packet, and it was not raised by staff for commissioner discussion, even though it does pose a clear health and safety issue that could endanger the project. I also personally would like to know, and I'm sure the planning commissioners would like to know, if this cost is not going to be borne by the developer, will it be borne by the city and will it require taxpayer dollars to remedy the situation? As it turns out, last year, there was a small electrical fire at 311 Sheridan Drive at a home that is directly next to the project entrance and beneath those problematic power lines. As you can see in this photo taken by a drone during the fire response, Sheridan Road is a bottleneck, and even in a small house fire, large fire equipment and multiple vehicles can block that as an evacuation route. I wanted to point one other thing too, because the staff report stated that, quote, the project, including the single point of public access, was approved by Menlo Park Fire District, MPFPD. However, in the building site review letter that was sent to the city, on March 21, 2024, which was referenced, it clearly states, quote, "Nothing in this review is intended to authorize or approve any aspects of the design or installation which do not strictly comply with all applicable codes and standards." So I think it's overstating it to say that the fire department has approved of this project. I was taught that you shouldn't bring up a problem unless you also have a solution. And luckily, I think we have a solution that will address multiple deficiencies and challenges with the project. In the developer's original plans, there was a second ingress and egress connecting Van Buren Road using a private driveway to Haven House, but at this point only accessible to emergency fire personnel. A better solution would be to use the Caltrans right-of-way adjacent to the lot as the access point to Van Buren Road. This would reduce the vehicle miles traveled, provide a much shorter commute for residents, which are teachers working in Ravenswood schools in Belle Haven. It would enhance the bike and pedestrian connectivity so that residents can get to work and school safely and efficiently. It would improve safety by providing a second emergency access point that's not encumbered by overhead power lines and may even mean that that does not need to be undergrounded. And it will not interfere with the residents or operations of the Haven House transitional housing facility, which clearly they do have concerns about having an entrance of any kind on their property, given how long it's taken to reach an agreement with the district. The developer stated that they wouldn't, has stated in the past, they would add a second entrance if required by the city and if access was made available. Sounds like they're changing their mind on that. But it's not clear to me if that access through Caltrans has been thoroughly investigated. In conversations with State Senator Josh Becker, he is committed to work with his contacts at Caltrans to obtain an encroachment permit for the developer to utilize the Caltrans-owned right-of-way as a second entrance. I don't believe that means that you need to buy the land in order to use that permit. If the city council and Menlo Park request that the Caltrans right-of-way improve, that it will improve the safety and connectivity of the project. So in conclusion, I do not feel that my appeal opposes the project's goal of providing below market housing, but it does see critical improvements to ensure accessibility, safety, and quality of life for the new residents at 320 Sheridan. I ask that the City Council direct developer to make these improvements and move the project forward. By doing so, you will be acting in concert with the San Mateo Board of Supervisors, who voted unanimously to approve $9 million in BMR funding, but required that the parking lot configuration be designed to accommodate a connection to Van Buren if and when the city agrees to support a second entrance to the project. So at least they clearly saw the logic in this type of a solution. Even if you decide to deny this appeal, I hope that you will apply your own thoughtful analysis, common sense, and creativity to improve the project and maybe decide to deny it, but do not vote on moving the project forward and approving it today so that you can discuss and understand these issues in more detail. Because after you decide to approve, the project will be out of your hands. And by the time it gets built, we might even have a different city council. Who knows? But it will be going down the path as is. And what will remain is the project, the new residents living there, and their neighbors, all of them your constituents. Now, when I finally get to meet the new residents, I look forward to that. Maybe at our annual street dance, or at our neighborhood Easter egg hunt, or 4th of July bike parade, or the annual chili cook-off. I'm guessing they'll ask me, hey, you've lived here for a while. And I am a new resident, new neighbor, but I see there's this locked gate at the end of our complex that connects to Van Buren, but we can't access it by bike, car, or even walking to the 101 pedestrian bridge. Why is that? I will be able to tell them that we did try everything that we knew how with the limited access of the public in these types of proceedings to provide them with better and safer access for biking, walking, and efficient commute options. But we were unable to convince the city to see that logic and push for creative solutions. But before that happens, You have the opportunity to lead and the power to change that outcome for them. Thank you. Do you want me to stay up here?
Thank you for your presentation. This time the applicant would have an opportunity to rebut if they want that opportunity. So.
I really kind of just want to repeat something that I said earlier, and then Linda is going to respond more individually to points that I am not inherently against any second access. What I would really like is to see this project move forward to house the low-income residents of Menlo Park, people that currently work in Menlo Park and have long commutes, employees of the Ravenswood School District and county employees. It really, at this point, any type of condition would be a significant delay to the project. One thing I haven't gotten into real detail on is that we have a pending financing application. We had hoped that this appeal hearing would have come and gone by now, but essentially tomorrow morning I need to submit a form that says we were approved, or we're really not going to be able to move forward with that. We might be able to reapply next year. There might be other funding opportunities along the way, but essentially a denial tonight would set this project back significantly. So that's just from me personally, hoping that we can move forward, and Linda can address maybe some of the individual points you heard.
Yeah, good evening again. I just want to touch on a couple of things I heard. So one of the things that's a little confusing is there's the potential access that we have tried to get through the Haven House property through Van Buren. But the other one is through Flood Park. We've had good conversations with the county about there was an existing access gate from the project site that used to be used as a school when Flood Park was joint use, about allowing residents during the hours that the park are open. So I think that will happen, in which case people who walk can walk out through the park and off that diagonal street that goes up to Van Buren and across the bridge. So I want to say that that's still in all likelihood happening. We just haven't received a firm yes, but expect one. And if you want to talk to the county and encourage them, we welcome that. And, again, if the neighbors or you want to speak to Caltrans and acquire the right of way and make a second full street through Van Buren, or, even a frontage road, we would welcome that. But it's just not going to happen. We can't make it happen. We've kind of run into roadblocks. Will has spoken with Caltrans. We've spoken with a consultant who speaks to Caltrans all the time. The process is too slow and too expensive for this project. And then in terms of the trip rates, I'm not a traffic engineer. And I have a civil engineering degree, but it was ages ago, so I don't like to play traffic engineer. But I do understand that Atherton project was a townhome project. Townhome projects have higher trip rates than affordable housing apartment projects. So that if you have looked at a lot of traffic reports, there's an ITE rate. And so it will be higher for bigger units, for townhomes, for example, than for apartments. And then affordable apartments, it's usually a little lower. And then the last thing I just wanted to touch on was that we would really appreciate your support tonight. Thank you.
I'll just reiterate that we really appreciate the city's support, staff support, and I'll actually just remind you also that staff really did a great, thorough job of going point by point. So it's tough to kind of catch everything during a presentation, but I think that the staff report kind of said it all, and we really appreciate it and hope that we get to develop a great project together and bring some more affordable housing to Menlo Park.
Are we opening up to clarifying questions?
Yeah, are there any clarifying questions from council? Okay, so before we open up the public hearing and go to public comment, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. And so we will, we'll reconvene at 10:25. Yeah. Oh, I have forgot. So I gotta remind me if I don't when we come back that she's not participating. Well, I think Jennifer.
You know what I mean? I just like, I'm not swimming. Is it a minor limit or is it a? We have a minor limit. Oh, they'll be better. That's really what this. I respond. Yeah. All right, for our folks in the chambers, we're about to reconvene. All right, so Mayor Combs, having our city council back at our in-person dais, you may reconvene the meeting.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. Bringing it back to the dais, I did want to make note that Councilmember Taylor won't be participating with the meeting going forward, and so won't be participating with regards to this agenda item. With that, let's open up the public hearing, City Clerk Herron, and call for public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our public hearing item K2 related to the 320 Sheridan Drive appeal, if you are in person, now's the time to bring me those speaker cards if you haven't already. If you are participating via Zoom, go ahead and engage that hand feature. And if you're calling in, please press *9 now. So we're at about 26 speakers. Thank you.
So is that 27?
Yeah.
We will limit the public, this public speaker time to 2 minutes of comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And this is going to be the final call for public comment on item K2. So if you are in person, go ahead and bring me up your speaker card. If you're online, engage in that hand feature. And if you're calling in, press *9 now. Okay, we're going to be starting with John Pytlak, followed by Maria Satias.
Good evening. I'm John Pytlak. I'm a representative of Carpenters Local 217 in San Mateo County. Project on 320 Sheridan Drive had the potential to take care of construction workers in our community. I'm saddened to say that the Planning Commission, that at the Planning Commission meeting on January 13th, the developer stated that they are not willing to even look at using contractors that provide healthcare or prevailing wage. Menlo's Parks Housing Element Policy 7.2 encourages developers and contractors to evaluate hiring local labor, hiring from or contributing to apprenticeship programs, increasing resources for labor compliance, and providing living wages. This project has none of the above. These workers deserve to be paid a good wage and taken care of for themselves and their families. When contractors hire local labor with living wages, it is a public benefit knowing that the wages are expended for the project that will be spent locally in businesses and our local community. Using contractors that believe in proper training not only gives the workers the skills needed to be successful, but are also maximizing safety conditions on job site as well. Affordable housing means nothing if you exploit workers just to build the housing. Developers need to understand that workers are people that deserve to be treated with dignity and not exploited for their skills. This is Menlo Park, a great community to live in. Let's make it a decent place to work as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Maria, followed by Christy Gooden.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Ciados, and I'm a resident of the Flood Triangle neighborhood. And
Maria, can you get a little closer to the mic?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? And I want to, I'm a resident of the Flood Triangle neighborhood, and I want to clarify that my comments are against allowing a second access through Van Buren Road and the Haven family house property. We feel that this appeal seeks to unfairly shift the traffic burden from Suburban Park into the Flood Triangle neighborhood. The Flood Triangle neighborhood is already preparing for a significant increase in traffic due to the ongoing renovations at Flood Park. To be clear, we cannot speak of traffic at 320 Sheridan without speaking of the improvements to Flood Park. If you're unfamiliar with our area, Flood Triangle provides for far easier access to Flood Park than Suburban Park neighborhood. And once the sports fields open, we will face congestion with a significant surge in parking demand and parents dropping off children for games. Adding even more traffic from 320 Sheridan through Van Buren Road would exacerbate the problem, overwhelm our streets, and create serious safety hazards for pedestrians and cyclists. A street in our neighborhood, Oakwood Place, between Del Norte and Ringwood Avenues, already has 4 dangerous intersections where fast-moving vehicles often fail to yield to pedestrians and cross traffic. Once the sports fields open, more parked cars and traffic will only worsen these risks. Additionally, I'm deeply concerned about speeding cars down Van Buren Road, particularly at the Ringwood Avenue crossing, which many bicyclists use to cross 101. We've seen a lot of attempts to delay Sheridan. Our community does wish to support affordable housing, but we're also feeling like we're getting we're not in agreement with all the recommendations that the Suburban Park neighborhood is making. This is not how we should approach our city's development or growth. As our city sees a rise in development, it's likely these same pressures will soon be felt in other districts as well. And what happens in one neighborhood can easily set a precedent for the next. And we must all be careful not to allow one area to unfairly burden the development while others are shielded from its impact. As council members, I trust you are all here to represent the best interests of all residents and not to bend to the demands of few. Development impacts need to be shared fairly. And so we're hoping that you will vote for the best interests of all residents in the city, reject this appeal, and uphold the original plan, which denies second access. Thank you for your time and your continued service to our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Christy Gooden, followed by Nicole Sullivan.
Hello, good evening. Hello, good, whoa, not too loud. Hello, good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. Not only am I a resident of Flood Triangle, but I'm also an educator. I'm also a teacher. And my concerns are not just about the second access that Suburban Park residents are wanting, which feel to me and to lots of my neighbors in Flood Triangle as an attempt by Suburban Park to put the traffic on us. Of course, no one wants more traffic, but their recommendation for having this second access puts our area in a greater sense of danger. Not only that, but when, and forgive me, I do not remember Skip's last name, I found it interesting that when he was showing pictures, they were leaving out certain views, such as we have 2 islands in where he wants this road to come, where, as Maria had mentioned, people are speeding. They don't look where they're going. They're turning corners. It's hazardous. We don't have stop signs, and they're blind corners. And so this puts the people and children at risk. Furthermore, as a teacher, I can guarantee you his fact that, where people are going to be commuting, walking, and biking. No, we're not. We have way too much to bring with us. We cannot walk or ride a bike with it. Not only that, he's using his opinion as fact. He does not know this. And then he says commuting. Well, how's it a commute if the residents who will live there are working locally? My final point, if I have time to add more, I will. But as of now, my final point also rests on the fact that other districts, other cities who have done residential housing for educators that they can afford, especially in Mountain View, most of those are empty because teachers can't afford to live in the area, but to be able to apply and be accepted to live in this affordable housing units, they make too much money. So most of those units are now empty, and huge amounts of money have been spent on it. I'm not saying don't build this housing, but you at least need to make it so educators and other community members can afford to live in them, or else money is being wasted. It will also be wasted and time and money and on taxpayers if it's okay, let's talk about doing another. Yes, I know, but you know what? If you were the one talking, you'd want to talk longer. I will wrap it up. The point being is that if we then stall all of this to now do studies that are going to waste time and money that we obviously don't have. I mean, everything from tonight shows we don't have the money for the different things happening. So why are we going to spend more money that we don't have? And we need to uphold the position that was originally drafted and not fall to threats by certain members of Suburban Park.
Our next speaker will be Nicole Sullivan, followed by Will Ausler.
Okay, if we can engage respectfully, let's just keep to ourselves.
Excuse me. Hello, my name is Nicole Sullivan, and I am the president of the Ravenswood Teachers Association. This is Melissa Brown, vice president of the association. We are here representing the staff of Ravenswood to advocate for the approval of the proposal for a 100% affordable housing project. We would like more educators to be here with us tonight, but it's hard to stay in this area this late. I myself live in San Francisco and have to drive back tonight and have not been home since 7. So we could not get more people to come out here with us. And that's the point of this, that we want more people to live closer so that they can be invested in the community. Our teachers and school staff play a huge role in the success of our local schools. And when we can live near our workplaces, we are less stressed out with the commutes, and we are more engaged, and we are a part of the community. This leads to higher staff retention, which ultimately leads to better outcomes for our students and stronger, more resilient schools. We reviewed the letters that were submitted by members of the community, and many voiced support of this project. We are aware of the concerns regarding traffic and trust that the extensive planning undertaken over the past few years will adequately address these issues. Thank you for listening, and we hope that you approve the long-awaited affordable housing project. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Will Ausler, followed by Sarah Staley-Shank.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Will, a resident of District 3. I'm here tonight to support the housing project at 320 Sheridan Drive.
I want to talk about what housing supporters really mean when we say housing delayed is housing denied. It's not just about meeting a quota by 2031. In my view, this phrase is a shorthand for three very practical concerns. We can see all three at play in the decision before you tonight. First, the best way to kill a project you don't like is through a long series of just a few months delays. Second, there's a real difference between a building opening in, say, 2027 versus 2031. More pressure on an already strained housing market, fewer homes available for people who need them, and more teachers and families struggling with rent in the meantime. Third, delays in the housing building process increase the cost per unit of housing delivered, which ultimately means fewer, more conservative projects get proposed by developers. A 2015 study of housing in Austin, Texas, showed that an avoidable delay of just 3.5 months in permitting raised the rent in the area by 4%. For a 135 apartment project, every month's delay costs developers as much as building and throwing away an entire apartment. This project was first proposed in early 2022. Almost immediately, it faced a strategy of delay. Opponents put forward Measure V. In the words of one teacher who advocated for the project, "We're stalled. This whole thing is stopped, and we're spending all our time trying to explain the need for this affordable housing for teachers." Measure V was a referendum on this project. Look at the campaign materials. Menlo Park spoke. It was resoundingly rejected. More than 2 years later, ground still hasn't been broken. The result is that this project is more expensive to develop than it should be. It has faced and still faces a risk of never being built at all. And for all the intervening time, housing costs have made it harder to attract and retain teachers for our communities. After years of study and planning, the Housing Commission approved this project in January. This appeal has already caused another 2-month delay. Rejecting it now would push it back much further, as you've heard. The choice tonight is clear. Please end the delays, approve this project, and build affordable housing for teachers.
Our next speaker will be Sarah Staley-Shank, followed by Katie Farrick.
Hi, everyone. Let's see. Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, council members and friends of Menlo Park. My name is Sarah Staley-Shank, and I've been a proud resident and homeowner in the suburban Park neighborhood for 18 years. My husband, who was born and raised here in near Hillview School, and I are raising our children here, and we attend public schools, Menlo Park and Sequoia District Public Schools. We've always believed in giving back to this community, and over a decade ago, we advocated to save Flood Park when it was near closure. We remember, and many probably here do, of when the flood school was open. The traffic to the school actually went through the park. It didn't go through either of our neighborhoods because we all saw, as did the school district at the time, that to go through our streets would have been problematic. And I also served for many years as a commissioner and vice chair of the Parks and Rec Commission. Like you, I have stepped into those roles to serve the greater good and to commit to needs that I care about and address residents' needs, encourage dialogue, ensure safety, and act with accountability. Was I surprised at times that the biggest issues dominating these conversations were pickleball or the dog park at Nealon Park? Never could I have imagined it, but these moments reflect how deeply people care about our community. Similarly, in my decade professionally leading communications at Stanford and Packard Children's Hospitals, I learned that the most pressing issues are often unexpected, like you're seeing here tonight. I worked as a team that was part of the medical center entitlements, a 4-year intense, $5 billion intense, years-long project with every decision backed by studies, EIRs, but even with the best intentions of traffic studies and CEQA, there were misses. I remember one specifically that was a location-based decision, and though unintentional, could have compromised the safety of many local children and families. But we came together and we questioned assumptions and found a solution, one that not only addressed the immediate concerns, but made our community stronger and safer. And what started as a temporary stopgap became a long-term safeguard that still benefits our community today. And that's my point. Doing the right thing means prioritizing this community first.
It means pushing and questioning intentionality of decisions, especially those driven by interests outside of our neighborhoods. And it means, will this truly serve and be the best for the people who live here? We welcome the new neighbors on Sheridan Drive, and we hope that we will all have a safer and better quality of life if there is greater fluidity of traffic options and stronger considerations for the safety of all residents. Doing the right thing isn't always easy, but it's always necessary. And we're counting on you to please lead with care, responsibility, and vision to be stewards of our community for this community. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Katie Farrick, followed by KJU.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, and city staff. My name is Katie Farrick, and I serve on the Planning Commission. And I strongly support the vision of this project and want to see it succeed. And as currently proposed, it has a serious but solvable issue that I urge you to address. As planning commissioners, we weren't given accurate information to implement city policy, nor were we made aware of fire code safety concerns at the January 13th Planning Commission hearing. It was never revealed to us that an incentive we were asked to approve either violates California Fire Code or shifts the burden of undergrounding power lines to the city or some other entity yet to be identified, a costly and time-intensive requirement that could actually delay the project longer if we don't modify it. So I urge you to require a minor modification of the parking lot configuration that will allow access to Van Buren to dramatically improve safety and circulation for residents of 320 Sheridan and ensure this project can proceed without delay and avoid having to underground the power lines at all, which is at greater risk of delaying the project than pursuing a second entrance. The importance of safe and connected housing I wanted to touch on. I grew up in a household where my mom, a public school teacher, found us housing in the community where she worked. She was our primary wage earner, and I was able to bike and walk to school. And her commute to school was short and safe. So this safe, efficient housing I enjoyed has shaped my deep belief that teachers, first responders, service workers of all kinds, anyone serving in this community, deserve housing that is safe, convenient, and connected. So I implore you to think about the requirements that you consider for this project from those future residents' perspective. The project has many strengths: thoughtful architecture. It could be a model for a connected, walkable neighborhood, as was promoted in their renderings and transportation plan. But what was promised is not what was proposed, and then what was proposed are two very different things. Broken promises on access and transportation. Leading up to the Planning Commission hearing, the project proposed transportation documents in the commission's materials that are still posted on the city's website today, quotes many things that are actually no longer true. But one quote I wanted to call out that's from them: the applicant will consider or enhance the quality of biking and walking facilities to and from the site to the adjacent baseball fields and flood park, connecting pedestrian walkways to Van Buren and bicycle facilities along Hedge Road. The project will integrate pedestrian and bicycle connections to enhance accessibility. This approach benefits site residents and the broader community by addressing local pedestrian and bicycle network gaps and improving overall connectivity. TDM plan September 12th, 2024. However, on January 13th, 2025, we learned this doesn't actually exist. Instead, the project is proposing a completely fenced, single, privately controlled access point for all modes of travel. I also learned from Alliant that night that they haven't contacted San Mateo Parks, at least to that date, to work on feasibility of bike and pedestrian access through the park. And Alliant stated that they didn't contact Caltrans to work on an encroachment permit to access Van Buren, instead relying on the Ravenswood School District personnel, one call that had been made several years before Alliant even came into the picture. So they should not claim unresponsiveness or impossibility when they've not tried to work through it. I know I only have limited time, and so the remainder of my comments will be delivered by subsequent speakers. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be KJU, followed by Rich Farrick.
City Council, Mayor Combs. I am following Katie Farrick. She had a lot to say. And she has given us some talking points to cover, make sure I cover with you. That does not mean that I don't fully believe everything that I'm about to cover. So I just wanted to state that for the record. Same as how a lot of us have sent letters to the City Council. Some of it looked like it was written by someone else, copied, pasted. Still doesn't mean that we don't fully believe the language that was in all of the emails that you've received. Continuing on from Katie's last point about access, the next claim that we want to make is that the TDM plan, there were some traffic transit analysis in that plan that seemed misleading. I think there was already a call out about the bus routes. They really are designed for students. Buses in the morning, buses in the mid-afternoon. I think the counterpoints from the planning department were that teachers can use those buses as well, but we also have to believe that it's not just teachers that are going to be part of the BMR housing. It's also going to be spouses and children of those households, of those teacher households. So, and also county employees. So bus routes that only run in the morning and the mid-afternoon really don't make it very helpful for anyone who's residing there. Another point is that the pedestrian and bike access to the 101 bridge, it's really just yards away from the property site, but instead all the residents will have to walk or bike 1 mile around the Bay Road through the Flood Triangle neighborhood in order to access that pedestrian bridge. The project also lacks vehicular access to Van Buren, which basically means that residents are going to be forced to drive again around. There's a very clear direct access to where people want to go. We're not trying to litigate the benefits.
I'm going to make you the example. I'm not being a stickler about time, but also we can't have a scenario where we just are ignoring any time. And it seems as though you're fully going. So I don't want to get into a position where I'm cutting people off exactly at 2 minutes, but I'm going to get there if it seems that we're continuing to have comments that seem to not be at all respectful or understanding that there is specific time limits. And so I'm sorry that you had to be the example, but at some point I had to make an example.
Okay, so can I just?
I think I've made the point. So thank you.
Thank you for your
Yeah.
time. Appreciate your efforts.
Our next speaker is Rick Farrick, followed by Maureen Clark.
Good evening, council members. Thank you. And so continuing on from Katie's comments, for fire safety and access violations, the project now intends to be a fully gated private community, eliminating proposed access to Flood Park in Van Buren. More concerning is that the fire safety issues were not properly addressed. Emails between city staff and the fire marshal illuminate a conflict with the California Fire Code, but this issue was not raised at the Planning Commission hearing. Here's the problem. Because of significant overhead power lines at the main entrance, fire code requires a second equally accessible access point. Instead of addressing this, the applicant appears to be shifting the cost onto the city, or worse, is pushing Life Moves, the Haven House, to provide an easement for what will ultimately be discerned an inadequate locked secondary access point if California code practices are followed. We've learned about fire code in California. The Haven House solution does not comply with fire code because the secondary access must provide as much accessibility as the primary entrance, not a locked gate that only fire personnel can open. The lack of transparency there is troubling. Fire code's clear. The cost of compliance shouldn't fall on the city or an unrelated nonprofit, the Haven House. However, there are simple, feasible solutions. The good news, These problems can be easily fixed with a modest parking reconfiguration and a Caltrans encroachment permit that, one, provides a safe, fire code compliant vehicle, bike, and pedestrian entrance with no overhead power lines, keeps Sheridan entrance open for all modes of travel, prevents the city or Life Moves from bearing an unfair burden, and keeps this project moving forward in a timely manner. Thanks.
Next speaker will be Maureen Clark, followed by Andrew Cope.
Mayor Combs and council members. I am a resident of Suburban Park, and I am confident that the new residents at 320 Sheridan are going to be welcomed into our neighborhood as neighbors. So it's not that we are against the development, not in any way. The city council should leverage state officials to help with the Caltrans encroachment permit using the goals of Senate Bill 960, I believe is entitled Complete Streets, to expedite access through Caltrans land. This would provide an additional safe, convenient, and cost-effective entrance and exit for the residents. I urge you to require an equal access secondary entrance for the health and safety of the future residents of 320 Sheridan. And I also urge you to ensure the project delivers the safe, connected community it originally promised to residents. These simple adjustments will keep the project moving forward, will cost less money, meet fire code, and ensure a safe, connected community that respects the lives of our future 320 Sheridan residents and upholds the integrity of our city's planning process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Cope, followed by Rob Solano.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you. I'll try to get right to the point here. I am hoping tonight simply for the City Council to think logically about what's been presented here for a second entrance. The first thing that I do want to point out is a factual error in the Alliant presentation, one that has existed for 3 years, unfortunately. Under the site history where it's referenced that all access came through the Sheridan Drive during the flood school operation, that is not true. I've lived a few doors down from that entrance when the flood school was in operation. All access went through Flood Park for parents and for students. There was one bus in the morning, one bus in the evening. This is persistent, and I've actually mentioned it to every city council member who came to meet with us, including you, Mayor Combs. I do hope that for the record that we get that corrected for the future, because it was a major point that Stephen made in his presentation. Secondarily, that what I wanted to point out was in the appeal in Claim 5, I was sort of shocked by some of the language that was in by the staff. And when they talked about the staff, they say no study of alternatives is required. Second means of ingress, egress is not required to meet city standards. It's the terms not required. I think when you all ran for city council, did you just think that you were just here to do what was required? This is a bigger problem. It's a bigger project, and we've heard a lot of really good things tonight in talking about it. I think it's time for the city council to look at this and consider all these options and do more than what's required here. We have to really look at this and make sure that this project is done properly. And unlike some of our guests here who just want all the traffic to go through one neighborhood, I'm here to say I'm happy to have that traffic come through my neighborhood, as long as we share it with a second entrance with another neighborhood as well. And I hope you'll take this under serious consideration and do more than what's required here. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Rob Solano, followed by Devra Moeller.
Evening, Mayor Combs, Betsy Nash, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. When I prepared this document here for appeal, a resident gave me an email that was from the mayor, Drew Cobbs, to Justin Murphy on March 1st, 2024, that Mayor Cobbs at the time asked what was the breakdown of the properties that surrounded the project. And there was reported by the city manager, Life Moves owns one parcel. Ravenswood School District, of course, owns the parcel in question. And Caltrans owns the blue area, which is the green belt that parallels the sound wall. And city staff never followed up on this. And I kind of apologize to you, Mayor, that you did inquire about this. And all my correspondents have been very supportive with the Housing Commission, Planning Commission, and of course the council before. Reference to Sheridan Drive, it's a fire code violation. I mean, and it needs to address accordingly. That line needs to be buried. I have here a letter which was filed by the Deputy Sheriff's Association that outlines ingress, egress, emergency exits and exit involving emergency preparedness and way to have an effective evacuation is by having additional ingress egresses. Also, today I spoke to Nicholas Calderon, who's the Parks Director of San Mateo County, and he said whatever entrance or exit that they want through the park is off the table at this point. So I don't know how that information came, but I spoke to the Parks Director today. And that's the funding. They're talking about the funding aspect. I mean, they're getting $1 million from us, the city of Menlo Park, and the county obligated $9 million. I mean, you know, let's make this project safe. I mean, poor people have a right to have a safe facility and a safe apartment building. And I think, you know,
we're at time, Mr. Solano.
that's been overlooked at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Combs. Thank you.
Next speaker is Devra Moeller, followed by Leslie Fong.
Thank you for allowing me this time to speak to you. I'm a resident of Hedge Road, and when this project was first proposed, I spoke to somebody who was at the time on the city council, and they said, oh, don't worry about it. We definitely won't just have one entrance. That just doesn't make any sense given the size of that street. You, Mayor Combs, also proposed at some point that 2 entrances was the only way to fairly share the burden of traffic. And I'm just asking what happened to that idea. There was a great acknowledgement that one street should not bear the full burden of neighbors that we want, but there's a burden associated with these neighbors and we want to share that burden. We're not asking to place the burden entirely on the other neighbor. We are asking for 2 entrances, not 1 entrance, 2 entrances. I also want to address a factual error that came from the Alliance. They said that the park was open from 8 to 8. That's true in the summertime, but during the school year, it's not the case. So from November through February, it's open until 5 o'clock, sundown, and the rest of the school year, it's open until 6 o'clock. I really ask you how many teachers you know, or how many working professionals, or how many parents you know have the luxury of leaving their house after 8 o'clock and returning before 5. So the notion that they can use the park as an entryway and exit for biking is just not the case. I currently bike to work much of the time. You have to cross over Bay Road, which is a very busy street, and there's no stop sign there. So you have to cross over and then you have to cross back again. And it's just not a very safe thing. I worry about doing it myself. And now you're adding another group of people that have to go across around a mile and a somewhat unsafe biking route in order to do so. So I really urge you to think, even if you can't do the full access with cars, at least make a feasible and attractive biking solution or walking solution for the residents of this area. Thank you.
Next speaker is Leslie Fong, followed by Luis Morante.
Hi, I'm Leslie, and I don't live in the area, but I'm from South City. But I am pro housing, affordable housing. And this seems like a great project at the beginning, but then when I heard all the presentation, I have a lot of hesitation, just like everybody else has stated. The lack of access and also basically the commute and the safety of the people who's going to live there in case there is some kind of disaster like a fire or earthquake, for them to get out safely is a concern of mine. So I hope that you guys consider all this question and also changes that I might have to make to the development design so that it will be safe for everybody. Because the fact is that if somebody has to drive 1 mile or walk 1 mile to wherever to go to an access point, I think it's really ridiculous. Since they want to live and work there, they should be able to walk there safely and not have to bypass or go to a different route to get to their destination, which I think is really ridiculous and it's kind of doesn't serve the purpose of being a user-friendly road access. So those are my concern, and I hope that you guys address that and really taking the point that it's great to have affordable housing, but they're so close off by everything else and not accessible, it's not worthwhile. So thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Before we continue on, Mayor Combs, just doing a time check. We do need to continue the meeting past 11 if the city council is agreeable to that.
Yeah, we can do it by acclamation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, acclamation. We are continuing the meeting. And with that, we will move to Luis Morante, followed by Mary Ann Wazwaz.
Hi, excuse me. Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Luis Morante. I represent the Bay Area Council on housing issues. We reviewed this project at our project endorsement committee and voted unanimously to support it, given the immense need for affordable housing among the people in the region, but especially educators and other essential workers who are often commuting from the Central Valley and Sacramento and other very distant places to do their important jobs. This is a great opportunity for your community to both help the region's housing crisis and help your school district provide better services to your students and your children. The challenge that teachers face now to get housing in the Bay Area is immense. Over half report to pollsters that they're considering leaving their job if they are not able to find secure and affordable housing in the communities that they serve. Teachers are at extraordinary risk for being a super commuter. Rates triple and in some cases more than that, the general population. And so this is just all around a great response to both the region's needs and your community specific needs, and a great way to improve the educational services that you're able to offer your children and prospective future residents. I strongly urge you to support this project and to deny the appeal tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker will be Miriam Wazwaz, followed by Catherine Dumont.
Good evening, Menlo Park City Council members. My name is Miriam Wazwaz, and I'm the organizing intern with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd like to first thank the staff for all their hard work in putting together their presentation and report on this specific item. On behalf of HLC, I'd like to express our support for the Alliance Strategic Development's 320 Sheridan Drive proposal for Ravenswood City School District teachers and staff. It needs to be acknowledged that the demographics of where we live are changing rapidly, forcing us to not only rethink the types of housing we need versus what is being built today, but to also come up with new and innovative solutions to address our housing needs. The RCSD Homes for Teachers and Staff can be one of those solutions, but only with your support. If we don't plan today for the housing needs of the people in our communities, people like your district's teachers and staff who make this community what it is, your community will lose what it values most about living here. It needs to be proven at this point. It's been proven at this point that we all thrive when we live near our workplace. These homes will reduce the stress caused by the time and expense that your teachers and staff spend commuting. Less commuting leaves more time for health, family, and most importantly, community. A community where your children can have a better chance of succeeding in school, getting a job, and building their own strong families here in Menlo Park, because your district teachers and staff no longer have to deal with the stress of commuting and finding a safe and stable place to call home. How you choose to respond matters. This is your moment to positively impact your community. Seize it and support the 320 Sheridan Drive proposal by denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision from its January 13th meeting. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Catherine Dumont, followed by FL iPad M. Mendez.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and staff. Catherine Dumont, resident of Menlo Park. I'm asking City Council to uphold the Planning Commission approval of this 320 Sheridan. These are 88 units of much needed housing, and the developer has been working with the community and with the city since 2022. And all of these issues have been reviewed. I think this has gotten a thorough vetting. There are some things that could be better, and it will never be perfect. So let's, the staff report has thoroughly addressed all of the concerns, which it should have done, and I really urge you to move it forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is FL iPad M. Mendez, and then Jordan Grimes.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Combs, City Council. My name is Margarita Mendez. I live in Lorelei Manor. I'm a public school teacher. I bike to work every day, 9 miles. Going around the park adds minutes on an e-bike. And 320 Sheridan site is perfect as the landowner wants to build housing. 320 Sheridan is perfect because it helps us meet our housing element goals. 320 Sheridan is perfect because it helps students in the Ravenswood City School District have stability in the workforce that helps them learn. And the longer we wait on this project, the more expensive it gets. 3 years of delays, exits, traffic, Measure V. The people of Menlo Park voted to let's move forward on this project. Thank you very much and good night.
Our next speaker will be Jordan Grimes, followed by Zachary A.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. Jordan Grimes, State and Regional Resilience Manager with Greenbelt Alliance. We're an environmental nonprofit working throughout the Bay Area on climate resiliency and sustainable land use policy. We're here tonight in strong support of the 320 Sheridan Drive project. Creating new infill housing in our existing communities, especially in high-resource areas like Menlo Park, is imperative from both an affordability and sustainability perspective. Doing so helps lower rents and makes housing more affordable, ensuring that people can live close to where they work and remain in the communities that they love. Deed-restricted affordable housing is especially important and effective in this regard, and projects like 320 Sheridan will directly allow people to live in the community they serve every day instead of being forced to commute in from great distances. We know what happens when places like Menlo Park don't build infill housing. Instead, you get sprawl projects, new subdivisions in places like Mountain House and Tracy and Gilroy and beyond, resulting in the destruction of farmland and open space, and all too often in places that are actually at significant risk of climate hazards like wildfire. Speaking of which, building housing, especially affordable housing in places like Menlo Park, is the safe, sustainable choice. You are not in a very high fire severity zone. You are not harming sensitive wildlife habitat. Projects like this are exactly what the Class 32 CEQA categorical exemption were designed to further, in recognition of the fact that they protect the environment, not harm it. Likewise, this project will improve the community, not detract from it. We urge you to approve the project, deny the appeal, and move it forward tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker is Zachary A., followed by JP.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Council, for all of the insights. I am a former resident of Palo Alto, currently a resident of Tiburon, California, and work in the circular economy side of the world, sustainability. And I have to say that while I do urge this project to be approved because of the statements of the previous speaker, particularly, it needs to be approved with some serious requirements in order for approval to ultimately go through. Approval should be revoked if we can't figure out the egress issue as well as the safety issues regarding the fire code. But also, while this project certainly is not a large impact on the local ecosystem, it should be a positive impact on the local ecosystem, particularly when it comes to inspiring future projects. Also, it will dramatically decrease the cost to run the site. That for the applicant, that was actually quite an important part of your funding is or cost of the project is the future ownership and running costs. So I do urge you to think a bit more creatively and maybe employ someone in the field of net positive construction to actually assist you with this. Maybe not have that as your goal to be net positive, but certainly to look at how you can have the building coexist with the ecosystem more completely. And if I could just have an extra 10 seconds, I really would like to say that a project like this should be modular in construction. It should be something that is wonderful for the residents and the community to look at and to be in, but it should be very inexpensive to manufacture and to construct. And the way that this is going to be done, the only way they're ever going to get there is through cutting corners that shouldn't be cut. So I really urge the community, and I've been saying this for the last 2 years in Palo Alto and Menlo Park, that we need to focus on that more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be JP, followed by Carolyn.
Hey, my name is JP. I'm a Flood Park resident. I'm a Flood Triangle resident. And good evening to the Mayor Drew Combs, to City Council, and to the staff. I first wanted to start by saying that we are in favor of the project because we think it's good for the community and it's a good project. However, we are against adding a second access through Van Buren Road into the Flood Triangle community. We think that this will create an avenue for commuters to cut across Menlo Park and avoid having to use Bay Road. Right now, Bay Road should be the avenue that all cars and commuters should, go to. So essentially, cars and vehicles should leave their communities, hit Bay Road, and then if there's traffic on Bay Road, that's where they should be. By creating a secondary access on Van Buren Road, you can essentially go from Willow Road, cut across Van Buren Road, go into Suburban Park, and you're almost all the way at Marsh at that point. You're just going to create a nice workaround for any car trying to get across Menlo Park to use essentially residential streets. In Flood Triangle, lots of the corners do not have pedestrian crosswalks. They don't have stop signs. There's lots of children and lots of little kids in this area, including 3 of my own. And you can tell because if you drive around, there's lots of basketball hoops and there's lots of kids playing around. We do not want like these small residential streets to just become commuting avenues. We really want all the communities, including Suburban Park and Flood Triangle, to be sort of end destinations, not commuting thoroughfares. That's what Bay Street's for, is for commuting, and not, we shouldn't make create commuting avenues. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Carolyn, followed by Karen Grove.
I'm beyond angry and dumbfounded right now. When is Suburban Park and the developer going to acknowledge the Flood Triangle neighborhood, where a second access would dump traffic into the Flood Triangle Suburban Park obviously doesn't want? We are different neighborhoods. Suburban Park is essentially a cul-de-sac without outside traffic. Flood Triangle is wide open for cut-through traffic, with cars looking for a second way to avoid the stop sign at Bay Road. Flood Triangle has the pedestrian bridge that takes students from Belle Haven to MA and kids to the Tide Academy in Belle Haven. We have a petition with 120 signatures opposing a second access through Haven House and into the Flood Triangle. Life Moves likes the dead end site because it gives them more control of their residents. And it's time to acknowledge Haven House as well. They have a garden where they want to put a road. This has trees that take care of the pollution. In rebuttal, Sam Trans could add a bus to the bus line on Bay Road. Access to the bridge through Iris Gate could also be done. Hours can be adjusted by the county. If school buses access Flood School from Flood Park, they get a second access through Flood Park, not through the Flood Triangle. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Karen Grove, followed by Jenny Bloom.
Hi, I'm Karen Grove. I am just briefly going to say I have been supporting this project since I co-chaired the No on V campaign. I support it tonight. I echo the comments of many people who've spoken recently, including those who represent, large studious organizations like the Bay Area Council, Housing Leadership Council, Greenbelt Alliance, and I urge you to reject the appeal and support the project. Personally, I would just say exactly what Margarita said and what Miriam said. This is a wonderful, wonderful project. I can't wait to welcome the new residents and support the Ravenswood School District, who teaches our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jenny Bloom, followed by Lauren Geegan.
Good evening, really good night, Mayor Combs and City Council members. Thank you for your service to this community and all the time that you have spent here at this meeting. My name is Jenny Varghese Bloom. I am a trustee of the Ravenswood City School District, and I am here to support the below market rate housing that's planned for Sheridan Drive on the old Flood School site. Flood School has been closed and sitting vacant since 2011. I've been on the school board since we actively moved forward the plan to bring this development here 4 years ago in December of 2021. We engaged residents across Menlo Park who shared and appreciated and defended our vision for this site. As city staff has stated in their presentation, all of the concerns that were brought up in the appeal have the rebuttal points, and they have made sure that this development is safe and making sure that all community members, students, teachers, staff, current community members, current neighborhoods are thought of and taken care of. And so I trust your city staff that they are giving you a recommendation that is upholding the safety of the Menlo Park community. We hope to not only bring much needed affordable housing to Menlo Park, but also workforce housing for our staff across the district. As you all know, 85% of teachers who are eligible for this housing are interested in utilizing it when it's built. And I've also heard from the California Teachers Association that 84% of teachers in California can't afford to live in the communities that they serve. At the county level, the San Mateo County supervisors have expressed and supported them with their money the desire to solve this housing crisis in the county and build affordable and workforce housing on public lands. This development does just that and would be a model for the whole county and state. I hope that Menlo Park will continue moving this project forward, become a leader and model for the state, upholding the council's decision, the planning commission's decision to support this process, denying this appeal and saying yes to building this housing here will meet a need that is very much felt across the city and in the state. Families need affordable housing, teachers need affordable housing, staff need affordable housing, people need affordable housing. Every neighborhood needs affordable housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Lauren Geegan, followed by Adina Levin.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lauren, and I'm a resident of the Flood Triangle. I strongly oppose the proposal to open Haven House as a thoroughway. The proposal is presented under the guise of safety, but what it's really about is diverting traffic from the primary access point onto another community. Haven House is a home. It's a community for homeless families, not a potential roadway. Using it as a dumping ground for traffic is unacceptable. The more sensible solution is to utilize the existing flood park entrance off Bay Road. But the $9 million from the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors suggests a calculated effort to avoid using the park access. Because if fire safety is the true concern, then using the park's Bay Road entrance is the easy solution. Frankly, the proposal seems to be driven solely by the desire to divert traffic from the low-income housing away from certain neighborhoods. And while I understand their motivation, it is not a valid justification. And it's concerning that this situation has escalated to recall efforts against our own mayor, entirely related to this issue, which is unjust. The current cul-de-sac on Van Buren Road provides a quiet and safe environment for our neighborhood and for the community at Haven House. And opening it would significantly increase traffic and endanger the families and children who call Haven House their home. I urge the council to reject this proposal and prioritize the safety and well-being of all Menlo Park residents, including those at Haven House and within the Flood Triangle. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Adina Levin, followed by a caller from 7549.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. Would like to urge you to affirm the Planning Commission's approval of this project and reject the appeal. In the city's meeting our affordable housing obligations, there are quite a lot of headwinds. We've got a big Willow Village project and some doubts as to the timing and future of that. We've got a lot of debate over the proposed affordable housing on downtown parking lots. We've got wacky trade war going on internationally. It's going to increase the cost of building housing and other things. We've got challenges with the federal government in the funding for affordable housing. And we've got a project that is on the cusp of moving forward and on the cusp tomorrow of applying for funding after a multi-year process. Please let us not delay and move this forward. And this is a special project, as so many people have talked about, in terms of supporting our teachers and school workers. With regard to the transportation issues, it is possible that there might be opportunities to improve access in the future. And in fact, our city makes transportation improvements in areas that have existing housing and buildings all the time. We have made major improvements on transportation on Willow recently with homes near homes that have been there for decades. It is possible to work on improving access as these homes are being built. After they are being built, we don't need to delay this project. Please approve and move ahead.
Our next speaker will be caller from 7549, followed by Martin Sanders.
Hello, my name is Mia Lewis, and I am a Menlo Park resident and also a former educator who left the profession largely because I couldn't make ends meet. And I just wanted to speak in support of this housing. I mean, these teachers are already making things work. And the idea that we would say that because it's going to be a bit more congested, we should push this project back, leading to more people leaving the profession, leaving our schools, is just, it feels ridiculous to me. This housing is needed. It's going to make a difference in people's lives. It's going to make a difference in your children's lives. And by having people who are there and can focus on giving education to them, they can avoid long commutes. I mean, the difference between being stuck on a little road for a couple minutes and having to commute from the Central Valley is just, it's incomparable. So I just really want to encourage moving forward with this housing development. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Martin Sanders, followed by TD Barbara Wynn.
Good evening. My name is Martin Sanders. I'm a teacher in the Ravenswood City School District. I've been in the district for 17 years. This housing project is not really a benefit to me, but I work with a lot of young teachers who would benefit from this housing. We lose a number of really good teachers every year because of the price of housing in this area. There's currently a teacher I work with who commutes in daily from Manteca. She leaves Manteca long before I get up. She's extremely dedicated to the district. And that's just, she's making that commute just because she can't afford to live in this area, but she wants to work with the population of the students we serve. I strongly encourage you. No project is going to be perfect. Anybody who's been in the construction industry knows that. I'm sure members of the Planning Commission know that. I'm also kind of concerned that some of the opposition to this project that we heard tonight is not necessarily, the reasons they're bringing up aren't necessarily the reasons they're opposed to this project, which really concerns me. And I would hope you would overlook some of these little nitpicking things they're bringing up and vote for this project. Thank you.
Next speaker is TD Barbara Wynn, followed by Jennifer Schindler, apologies.
Hi, my name is Barbara. I'm a Menlo Park resident, and I would urge the council to please deny the appeal and move forward with this project. Affordable housing is a very important goal, and we have an opportunity in Menlo Park to achieve that with this project. Any conditioning or delay just causes a risk of this project not being fulfilled. So I would just urge the council to please deny the appeal and allow the project to move forward. And we trust that city staff has done adequate job in ensuring that any project that gets built will follow code and will be safe for the resident and the neighbors that are impacted. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Schindler, followed by Nels DeLander.
Good evening. Could you confirm that you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Schindler, and I am honored to serve as the chair of the city's Planning Commission. However, this evening I am speaking only for myself and not for the Planning Commission as a whole. As noted in the staff report and as is viewable in the posted recording of the Planning Commission's January 13th meeting, I was one of 5 votes to approve this project at the conclusion of the Planning Commission's lengthy discussion. In my opinion, our volunteer planning commissioners raised thoughtful and informed concerns during our January meeting, including traffic impacts, bike parking and storage, points of egress for cars and emergency vehicles, access for bikes and pedestrians, and other concerns. All commissioners also spoke of the high importance of delivering affordable housing for our community and advancing the programs of our housing element. At the end of our discussion, I encouraged the commissioners to weigh all concerns that they had about this project with the ultimate benefits to our community as they saw them. 5 out of 6 commissioners present voted in support of the project that evening. Following that meeting, I have independently been following the details of the submitted appeal, the staff rebuttal, and read the letters submitted to council. In light of everything that I've reviewed, I am still very confident in my vote in support of this project, and I believe the council should vote to uphold the use permit and enable this project to proceed forward with all of the additional processes, analyses, and review that lie ahead of it. Finally, I offer my appreciation to staff for their detailed analysis and documentation on this project. Thank you.
And the final hand is Nels DeLander.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, and City Staff. My name is Nels Lander, and I'm a representative of Carver's Local 217 of San Mateo County. This project is a failure to labor by not having any sort of labor standards to the protection of workers. Why are workers that have to build this project be cheated for the sake of this project? People giving up people a living wage and provide health care so people in the community don't have to rely on affordable housing. Please stop feeding the cycle and take care of the workforce. Find a way to take care of the workers or don't do it. Uphold this appeal. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron, and thank you to everyone who provided public comment on this item. I wanted to, before bringing it to the dais, acknowledge or first set up that issues of safety, especially as they relate to fire safety, have been central to the discussion in public debate on this item. And so I asked both the fire chief and the fire marshal to join this meeting, and I appreciate that the fire marshal has joined in person because I thought it was important to have the experts as it relates to any fire-related safety in connection with this project. And so, given that it's late, I'll ask the fire chief to come. And see if first, if any of my colleagues specifically have questions, because I don't want to hold you later, much later, and so get that portion out of the way. So if there's anyone who has some
Just as a quick point of order, Mayor Combs, we do need to close the public hearing.
Oh, yeah, okay. So
Thank you.
Close the, I officially close the public hearing and in the public comment period, and bring it to the dais to see if there's, I'm happy. Yeah, it should be, is it not?
Got it. Well, first of all, Mayor Combs, council members, City Manager Murphy, for the record, Mark Lorenzen, Fire Chief of the Menlo Park Fire District. Also on via Zoom, should we need our subject matter expert, Fire Marshal is John Johnston. So City Clerk, just if we need to phone a friend, we'll do that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Where, I think I'll kick it off. Where is the fire protection district at as it relates to the approval process for this project?
That's a great question. I think your staff did a really good job in the beginning of that presentation, that they have identified that we have reviewed the project and offered some suggestions that would help them be in compliance with our fire code requirements, but the fire district has not yet approved the project. So at a point in time, the plans will be submitted to us and they'll come to us for approval.
Yeah. Is there any other questions? You can go if you.
Looking at different things that have come in to us over the last day or so. So to be really clear, we're not, sorry, the project is not in violation of any codes. And at this moment, and you'll be making a judgment on that after the permits are issued. But then I have a kind of a weird question about the state versus the city. And if you could help us clarify a little bit about that. So, because it all feels sort of jumbled together, both from a timeline and which applies where and when.
Right.
So that would be helpful.
And some of these we may need your city or your legal counsel to weigh in on this. And we've had conversations, and one of the things that was brought up was the issue related to the overhead power lines, right? And the waivers that the developer has requested. The city normally has an undergrounding requirement. Separate from that, we also have California Fire Code requirements that need to be complied with. So no, nobody's in violation of any codes. Obviously, we will apply the codes, and when the building plans come to us, we'll review them for compliance with that. So who trumps who? It probably is a better question for legal counsel, but my understanding is that the waivers that are granted by the state for, housing density do not allow for a waiving of the fire code.
Any other questions? If
So I think this may be staff more than you, Chief Lorenzen, but could someone explain who then would be responsible for the financing if in fact there are fire code requirements to underground, as I understand it, who in fact is responsible for that, the paying for that?
Yeah, definitely not a question for me.
You sure that the fire protection district isn't paying?
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
I can take that question, take a quick stab at it. So just a little bit on the process. As far as this entitlement process goes, we do, require the applicant to submit to fire. Like you said, it's a high level review just to flag any significant issues and to sort of bless the site plan a little bit before, obviously the project would come back as a building permit, which we also require applicants to submit to fire. We will not issue the permit until fire has signed off on it. If there are, modifications that need to be made in order to comply with the fire code, that would be up to the applicant to work with the fire district to remedy that. And again, we would not issue the building permits until that has been taken care of and we've gotten a nice letter from the fire district.
So just to confirm, the city will not be responsible for the costs of any work that is needed to become compliant?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, Chief, I'll ask one last question, and then if there are no other questions, I'll let you go. One of the issues that has been mentioned is that there are, in this specific neighborhood and a number of neighborhoods, fairly narrow streets that can make getting to scenes in cases of emergency challenging, especially for larger public safety vehicles. What generally, and again, this is separate from any building code issues or fire code issues, like what is your agency's general approach or level of concern as it relates to streets and narrowness and how that's something that you all deal with?
Sure. Yeah. And we're always concerned with our response times and anything that impairs them. You know, we always work with city staff when they're talking about traffic calming measures. You know, when they talk about speed bumps, we ask for speed humps. Our preference is for nothing. But we work with city staff. So narrow streets can be okay. Obviously, we're acutely aware of the fact that it's a residential neighborhood with lots of kids. And so we drive more carefully in there. And you know, it takes us a little longer to get in there, but that's the case everywhere. You know, you look in the neighborhood over in North Fair Oaks where we have really significant traffic calming measures that are challenging too. So, you know, it's a give and take kind of thing. But you know, there are certainly requirements within the development that we have certain widths for aerial apparatus, and we'll deal with you know, whatever issues we have with the current issue or state or width of the streets as they currently are.
Well, thank you for, if there are no other questions. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
Just a really quick one. I just want to get maybe an understanding or an opinion about something I read. Something that says, you know, it's my understanding that the overhead power line must be relocated underground to comply with the state fire codes. A project that will certainly add millions of dollars and delay the project for years. It's hard to react to that without knowing that kind of stuff, but do you have a sense of the veracity of that? Or, I mean, saying we're gonna like figure that out later in the process makes me feel slightly uncomfortable if we already have a sense whether that's true or not. So I'm just curious about what your opinion really is.
So, you know, the indication from my staff is they think it would be prudent to underground the power lines. You know, we certainly can go out there, work with staff and the developer to see if there's any way to mitigate that. The challenge right now is right there at the Sheridan entrance. There's pretty significant overhead power lines. And just as you get in there, there's a building just to the right. What we're dealing with in these issues here is you think about our hook and ladder trucks and trying to put a ladder up. And so if we have energized electrical lines overhead, we have some challenges with firefighter safety. So, you know, it's one of those things where it's never an absolute. Always happy to have conversations with a developer about how we can remedy this. But, you know, our current position is that it's likely needs to be undergrounded. And it's a very expensive you know, proposition too. I'm sure the developer probably could comment rather than me what that number is.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Thank you, Chief, so much for your time. We appreciate it. I had to, I'll just dive into two main questions. First, Mr. Spielberg, if you could come up, this will be a question for you. If you could give us some sense of, and again, I know we're a ways away from, you know, actual like very significant project planning, but what you're thinking of in terms of labor for the project, or what historically has been your company's approach to labor when it comes to your projects?
We will almost for sure go out and get 3 bids at a minimum of different general contractors. We try to go for diversity, but I don't know that there's anything specific beyond that.
Okay.
If it, oftentimes, as you know, might be aware, our funding sources will require certain things in there. We, you know, one thing we will for sure be doing is hiring a third-party construction manager to help us with those kind of things. So when we go out and bid, we've got someone does day in and day out construction, helping us make the decision and evaluate bids in a fair way and make sure we're including everything we need to, but we don't have anything specific where we be going above and beyond requirements.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions on labor or for Mr. Spielberg? Or since he's here, anything that takes advantage of the fact that he's standing up, I think probably is a good thing.
So thank you. There's a little bit of conflict going on in my head based on what we just heard from the chief. Because it feels like if we fast forward, and that's not a definitive answer, and I'm not gonna act like it is, but you know, we're all reasonable people here who can maybe predict where that might be going. What's your reaction to the potential need to underground the lines? And you know, it sounds like the city's not going to be financially accountable for that. It seems like we could just be at this point where at a certain period in the future, that's really going to come up as an issue. So I just would love to hear your reaction to what we just heard and how that would, you know, either get in the way or not get in the way of this moving forward.
Well, I'll answer first directly what you asked me. I have a very similar reaction to you. You know, it does make me like, I don't know if scared is the right word, but I want to make sure I'm considering all the different things, because until the last, you know, few days when this started coming up in public comment, it was not something that was on my radar. That said, you know, really the reason we're here tonight is our land use approvals, which I don't think this conversation really has any part of. Everything else that has been said here is true. The fire department gave an initial review and blessing. We haven't submitted actual building plans. Once we do, the fire department will get it. If there is an issue and we can't work it out, fire life safety always wins. We want it that way. We certainly wouldn't want to build a project that wasn't safe for future residents. In my experience, figuring out what undergrounding is going to cost is could be wildly different. If you've got to underground like a whole block or a mile or just your project, it's, you know, very different numbers. Sometimes power can be pulled from a different pole that you hadn't thought of. It doesn't always have to be the one you're looking at that gets undergrounded. I'm, you know, not a utility expert, but I've worked on lots of projects where these types of things had to be figured out. So I would personally hope that whatever solution we came up with was not the $2 million one, and maybe it's the, you know, something else. All of our budgets have some type of contingency. We know that things are going to come up. Hopefully they come up during construction, not a year before, but you know, if we're now figuring it out, we're going to start looking at it and budgeting for it and figure out, you know, how we'll deal with this. But I guess, you know, back to the reason we're here tonight, I don't feel like that plays into the land use approval, because it's, you know, it will come up during the building department process.
Thanks. I really appreciate that response, because I think it's relatively new for the public discussion, and knowing that you didn't immediately say, we're going to take our toys and go home, was, I definitely appreciate that response. Thanks.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Smoke? Yeah, Councilmember Wise.
Good evening. So just going back to the question of labor very quickly. So when you reach out to general contractors, are union workforce something that comes up and that's an option? Or not in your experience?
Well, it's obviously it's always an option. You know, we don't necessarily have to or always pick the low cost bidder, but it has to be someone that's within our budget. So all of the qualifications are considered when we take a look at who we're going to select. And
Quite frankly, one of the biggest things that we look at is if that contractor's done affordable housing work, because when you apply for tax credits and other funding sources, they'll dictate a lot of things. And while anyone can actually accomplish those things, if you don't kind of already have them in your mind, you might not do them. And the last thing you want is to have to say rip out flooring because it wasn't the one specified in your tax credit application. So.
There were some more questions from public comment about just the conversations with the county and also with Haven House and with Caltrans. Could you or Ms. Klein please give us more information about that? I know that in Ms. Klein's letter, there was some fairly specific information, but since it came up again tonight, if we could just review some of that, that would be helpful for all of us.
When you say conversations with the county, are you talking about access to the park or funding or?
No, access to the park. This is all regarding access, please.
So I'll give you the high level answers, and if, she could give more detail if needed. So, the high level answer to the park access is that we've been in discussions with the county. We expect that we'll come up with an agreement for, and I think on several of the different presentations, but I know on mine, there was a diagram where we show an access point that's meant for pedestrian and bikes from our development specifically. We're expecting our residents will have key fob access. And as some supporters and detractors of our project noted, park hours are generally daylight hours, so they change during different seasons. We know this, and that is how the project is set up. And I've worked on lots of affordable housing projects, and I think just like other properties, anyone's property, the residents want and like to have their privacy. And so having a gate surrounding the property that's adjacent to a public park, I look at really as a benefit for both sides, not something that really is a negative.
And then could you comment, please, on the discussions with Caltrans and with Haven House? Just a little bit more. Basically, some of the public comment was saying that they were not aware of many discussions, and could you expand on the discussions that have been have taken place?
Well, yeah, I think that it was actually fairly accurate comments on both sides. So there were conversations before I was around that the district had. There have been conversations that our attorney Linda has had. Our indications anyway are that it would not be any kind of easy process, and that Caltrans doesn't just give access to their land. I believe Linda mentioned that there's a Surplus Land Act procedure that they have to follow, and generally that's like an 18 to 24-month process to do that. I've been involved in other Surplus Land Act activities. Generally, they have to notice the public, and the public has 60 days to respond. They're supposed to prioritize affordable housing, meaning affordable housing developments. That would be a whole thing. I think there was another suggestion in public comment about having encroachment permits and whatnot. In all honesty, we have not specifically come to Caltrans asking for a plethora of different options. I have heard from a consultant that they wouldn't be easy to work with or eager to work with us. They don't typically work with private individuals. But I've said I'm not inherently opposed to any second access to begin with. It's just denying our project this evening would prevent us from taking the next step with funding, which is really our issue. If something transpiring with Caltrans in the future, great. But I also, I heard all the comments from the other neighborhood, and I'm not eager to be on either side at this point. So
And there's Haven House in the middle.
yeah, and there's Haven House in the middle, right?
Thank you.
Sure.
Cool. Any other questions for Mr. Spielberg? Right. Thank you.
Thanks.
I actually had a question for Mr. Hilton, if you could.
Glad I'm here.
No, thanks. So separate from some of the reasoning behind the appeal, it would be great for me to understand what would be your ideal outcome from the council tonight?
Yeah, I did. I stated this. I probably wasn't clear in so many words. I think it's up to you to decide whether you will approve or deny the appeal. You have an option to, with respect to the planning commission decision, deny it or reject it, uphold it, or modify. And so, to answer your question, I would say whatever you decide to do with the appeal, my hope is that the appeal process was bringing things to light about the information that the planning commission had when they made their decision. Also, some of the facts and figures and details of this project and the impact that will have specifically on the residents that are going to be living there and improvements that could be made. And then modify to require some effort to look into this. I mean, I think it's been pretty clear all along, and even more so tonight, that there's a lot of parties involved here, but it really all roads lead to the city council on this. And even as the developers stated, they're reluctant to go down the process of finding some of these creative solutions unless they're directed to, unless they're there's a government representative body that's saying, like, listen, we will facilitate the discussions with Caltrans, or we'll open up that discussion. And there are other officials that will join in on that. Same thing with the county and access to the park. So my goal would be that those creative solutions are now kind of brought to the table, or encouraged to look at them and take the time. I don't believe this is going to put the project at risk. I think the project is a great project, and we do want this housing to exist. But I think that with any of these projects, if we have an opportunity to improve them and make them better, at a minimum, to improve the circulation for bike and pedestrian as well. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
It does. Does anyone have, since he's here now, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Hilton? Or, all right, thank you.
Thank you for your
All
time
right.
and consideration, Council.
So are there council questions for anyone else, for staff? Are there comments? A motion? Huh? Yeah, Councilmember Wise.
So thank you, staff, for staying so late. So I have just a question around, so we've also heard that the community members would also be happy or happier if that entrance was made just for bikes and pedestrians. Is that an option at all? Or, I mean, I know we're like given funding requirements and giving the law, I mean, the Housing Accountability Act, like it seems like, there is a sense of urgency here. So how would that play into that?
Just to clarify, you're talking about the access to Van Buren and not through the park. Yeah. So, I mean, I think that goes back to, private agreements with either Haven House, because they would have to allow bike and pedestrian access through their property. And then similar issues we've heard with Caltrans over, building a bike and pedestrian road over that. We'd have to work with Caltrans, or the applicant would have to work with Caltrans and get that granted. So I think it probably runs into a lot of the same issues as a vehicular access point there, and could pose a barrier.
Thanks. I have a few framing things. A couple things I wanted to say, just appreciate John and Nels with the labor perspective and offering that up. I think there's a lot more work to do to bring affordable housing developers, along with us as early as we can. And also Nicole, who appreciating an educator coming down from San Francisco and staying and making that journey. My starting point really is an appreciation for how thorough of a response was prepared by staff for this appeal. It was incredibly helpful. We have a really professional and competent staff, and I made this point last week when we were discussing downtown. I trust them in their thoroughness. I'm also, the liaison to both the planning and housing commissions. I've met with many of them one-on-one. I was with the housing commissioner for 2 hours this morning. I trust their thoroughness and judgment, even when they don't agree with each other. And so as a council, we don't always agree with each other, but I trust the professionalism and thoroughness and commitment for us to discuss it and get it right. So that's my starting point. It's a pretty high bar for me personally to question the judgment and thoroughness of all the professionals that have been involved in this work. I've got 3 kind of framing concepts just to be really transparent about where I am with all this. One is, I don't know, I've lost count of how much time, apparently everybody in the city supports affordable housing. I've lost count how many times I've heard that comment. And to me, this is the project where we walk the talk. If we don't get this built, then we should probably stop saying that we support affordable housing, because this one feels like it is way down the line in the process. I've also been to a number of public presentations that Steve and Will and Laura and team put together, and I've been following this project closely. I think I ran across the mayor at one of those presentations. So I really appreciate that they've listened and adjusted and stayed patient with the process as they've run the gauntlet of this with us. They're invested. My belief is they're invested and committed to helping us achieve the housing goals. And then the last thing I'll sort of say around the framing is my lovely and very patient partner works for Menlo Park City School District. Most of our friends are teachers. She and I talk about projects like this all the time. I actually was a CEO of a K-12 nonprofit. And so I really feel the need that teacher housing is essential for our community and schools and kids. And the fact that Jenny Bloom said 84% can't afford to live in their communities is really telling. So things that seem simple, we're implying that the Planning Commission would have voted differently, but that's not really clear. And I think Jen Schindler said she kind of upheld her own vote even after learning this type stuff. That these problems are going to easily be fixed, that's also not clear. Caltrain compliance, the permit, the expedite, I'm glad that people are offering to help, but things that seemingly seem simple really aren't. And what I've learned being on council just the last few months has been, when has it ever been simple and fast when it comes to housing? And that's, I think many on the council can speak to that much better than I can, but to say we're going to kind of keep this thing going and it's going to be fast and somebody's going to swoop in and save the day, that just doesn't feel like the experience that I both observed and both of you have lived through. So I'm just approaching this from, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. If we support affordable housing, this is a project where I think we have to build it. So that's kind of, sorry to kind of be a little bit on the soapbox there, but I feel like this is the one where we have to get it done. So.
There certainly wasn't a motion there. Was there?
Mayor Combs, I did have a request from our appellant. He had one more question or comment to make, if you're able
Sure,
to open that back up. Skip,
course.
come right on up.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to be called up earlier to answer your question, so I've gathered some thoughts. One thing that I neglected to mention, I did want to make sure, because it was helpful that you invited the fire chief to come today to illuminate that issue. I do think that is a concern. It is a safety issue for the project, and that he confirmed that those lines are likely to be undergrounded at a future date when they go to the permit process. I think what we didn't get a full answer on, although I know Vice Mayor Nash tried to get one, is, well, who is going to bear the cost of that? Because it's my understanding that he actually has, as an incentive, a waiver to not have to cover the cost of that. And if that's the case, unless that waiver is denied, then we're going to cover the cost of that, or somebody's going to cover the cost. But that just remains unknown to me. And I do have concerns about that. One of the reasons why that's tied to this land use, to be clear, is because it would be my hope that some of these other solutions would obviate the need to do that work and obviate the need to pay for it by the developer, increasing his cost, or the time, or the city. And so it was a true faith effort to say, like, look, this is a problem that could endanger the project. And that's why, just to clarify what you asked, what I would want is a modification to modify the Planning Commission decision to say that the developer does need to seek that additional access with Caltrans. And the point of doing that is to say you can avoid this potentially expensive and possibly project-threatening problem and safety issue. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks. And I will try to you can go back because I don't think I have an additional question. I think this is an issue that lots of us in the room have gotten up to speed on as best as we can in a very short period of time. And so this is, I'll share with you my understanding, and you can take it with a grain of salt as someone who knew nothing about this like 24 hours ago. But that as far as the issues of safety and the power lines and access, that like a second access doesn't remove the requirement to have the power lines either underground or heightened for any of the accesses. So a second access doesn't solve like that issue to the extent to which it's an issue, as I have been informed. The other thing I've been informed is that under no circumstances is the city obligated to pay. Now, and the fire chief said the fire district isn't obligated to pay. So other than that, like how it gets paid for or is beyond me being beyond my skis. But what I do know and what is most important for me to know is that what I've been informed is that under no circumstances does the city pay. And so that is, again, like I said, something I knew of, something I didn't know of 24 hours ago. I appreciate Councilmember Schmidt for weighing in. Obviously, this has been this is in District 2. This has been an issue I have been involved with closely for some time, sometimes more closely than I probably would have preferred. And I will say that there's a long history here, and I won't go through all of it, but I have shared some of the concerns that Suburban Park residents have had about the overall project, the way it was being approached by the school district even before the developer became involved, even when it was the subject of a referendum, as I remember. And I don't offer this as a point of pride, but just as a point of my involvement. But I think I was the only member of the city council. In fact, I know I was the only member of the city council that didn't come out against the referendum. I think I was the only elected official in San Mateo County who didn't come out against the referendum, to be very clear. But because I thought that there were some legitimate and valid concerns that residents had, and that they weren't given the due that they deserved. I was the first person that I remember to propose this idea of looking at a second access, but based on this idea that it would have to come with some bifurcation of the parking lot. So, because we could not have a scenario where essentially it would seem as though one community was transferring traffic impacts to another community. The same time as I was quoted a few times by public speakers, as someone recalled, I did say that, like, again, we're all in this, to your point, we have to walk the walk, but that, like, those impacts shouldn't be concentrated, that, like, right, that they should be spread. I do think that that's a real thing. But as it relates to, like, the decision before us, I'm not where I'm, like, again, continuing to open to exploring, right, as I always have been. I'm not willing to say that, like, we should pause or stop the project at this moment in time to explore things that may or may not pan out. Again, one thing, if we're looking at second access, like, I want to know and understand, like, what are some of going to be the future impacts of traffic in the Flood Triangle neighborhood, especially as it relates to the county's decision to locate those youth playing fields near the corner pedestrian access on Iris. There will be real significant traffic impacts because of those decisions. And I think we all welcome, the new flood park, but there will be impacts, and they will be concentrated in that very specific area. The county has offered no, as far as I can understand it, no real mitigations for those future traffic impacts. Nothing legitimate. And so I thought it was interesting that on one end, the county weighed in with some clauses or conditions as it relates to funds for the Sheridan project. But at the same time, there are other aspects of things happening there where they are actually have a lot of control and power, where they've been completely, like, sort of absent. And so, like, I couldn't in good conscience say that, yes, let's explore something where there are other traffic impacts that I think are being ignored by some of the key stakeholders there. So where I am, again, I still remain, as I was some years ago, open to exploring a second access. I am, again, in a way that I can go to Flood Triangle residents and say that this isn't a transfer of traffic to you. The issue hasn't been the city's willing to explore or staff's willing to explore. The issue has been other stakeholders. I have done some of my own outreach to some of these stakeholders, probably not as extensive as a developer of the school district, and I've gotten the same response that they have gotten, including from the county, to be clear, that they were not interested in exploring any of the creative avenues or solutions. Because believe me, I've spent lots of hours thinking about this and lots of hours trying to come up with creative solutions, but none of these, so whether it's Caltrans, whether it's the county, whether it's Haven House, like, and again, I'm not saying that these entities have obligations, but none of them have really been willing to change their position. And that's here, not I heard that, like, all roads lead to the city council, but it really isn't. I think a lot of these other players and stakeholders have wanted to say that it's the city council, while they make decisions that clearly are not in support of really exploring what these creative solutions might look like. And so, sorry for the line. It's a late night, and I will be quiet. I'm sorry, but that's as I sit here. I don't really see. I feel like if I said, like, okay, let's pause and explore a second access, I feel I'd be sending the developer on a wild goose chase, because I've made those calls and I've had my interactions with those stakeholders and those people, and it has not been fruitful. And not even has it not been fruitful, they have not even really been all that pleasant.
That's 2 second. Oh, sorry, 2 second thing. Here. I appreciate that a lot. And we still have units to build. The state's not backing away. So I also appreciate the idea of exploring, and I appreciated the chief staying here and talking about the fire access and the Stephen not running away and saying, oh, we're not going to do this now. I mean, the ultimate thing is we're on the hook for units. This project is well down the path, and that's what's really keeping me awake at night. So I agree with the mayor a lot. Thanks.
The vice mayor and then Councilmember Wise.
Oh, I just wanted to say, oftentimes on council, we are stating that we are on the hook for units or whatever. What we are really looking for is helping people get housed. And one of the things that we are accountable for is more units. But bottom line, I think I can say for all of us, is we really want more people housed, especially our teachers, people working in the community, being able to live where they work, people who are living in the community and not adequately housed, being able to have safe, stable housing in the community and everyone and being welcomed.
Okay, so with that, I will make a motion to deny the appeal and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's action. So because it's late for my own, so yes is to deny the appeal and no is to uphold the appeal.
So the motion would be to adopt a resolution denying the appeal. Heard.
I will second that motion and say that, like, I do want to publicly say, and I'll obviously give direction to the city manager, that I do want to continue the dialogue, a discussion about what a second access might look like. I'm not conditioning, I'm not asking for any condition to a motion, but I do want to publicly state that is something I think is, as I have always said, worth exploring, but it is an exploration that, again, recognizes the challenges, but then also like takes into effect or takes into some understanding all of those very important parties. And so folks on the flood triangle side and folks on the suburban park side, like Haven House, and I think together we stand a better chance of I think getting some success versus like one neighborhood being against the other. That's a very long second, but I second the motion.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Wise and or a motion by City Councilmember Wise and a second by Mayor Combs to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of a use permit, architectural control, and below market rate housing agreement for the proposed 88-unit housing development project consisting of 87 BMR units and 1 manager's unit at 320 Sheridan Drive in the R3 zoning district. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, we'll be doing roll call vote. Vice Mayor Nash,
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt,
Yes.
City Councilmember Wise,
Yes.
Mayor Combs,
Yes.
and the motion passes with City Councilmember Taylor absent.
Great, thank you, City Clerk Heron. With that, we'll move on, and thank you everyone for this discussion about what is an important issue. With that, we'll move on to regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The regular business item is L1, provide direction on the Planning Commission stipend pilot program. Here to introduce the item is our own City Clerk, Judy Karen.
Yes, hello, Mayor Combs, City Council members. This item before you is requesting City Council direction on the Planning Commission stipend. In February of 2024, the City Council authorized a pilot stipend for planning commissioners in an amount not to exceed $200 per month per commissioner. Staff is seeking direction from the City Council to either continue the stipend program at the current rate and to review that annually, or to discontinue the stipend program. If the stipend is continued this evening, the City Council can adopt the attached resolution. If the City Council directs discontinuing the stipend, staff will return with a subsequent item to amend City Council Policy CC-24-004, which would remove the Planning Commission stipend. That concludes my report out. Happy to open it up to public comment or answer any clarifying questions.
Let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item L1 regarding the Planning Commission stipend pilot program, if you're in person, returning a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If virtual, engaging that hand feature, calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item L1. Seeing none, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thanks. So bringing it back to the dais, is there questions, discussion on this? I can't remember. I know initially I was not in favor of this. I can't remember whether I ended up voting for it or against it. But one of the concerns I have was that like it was going to have very little impact, and that like the what was needed to actually keep it in place was going to be like on a staffing side or whatever was going to be more effort than it was worth. Obviously that argument didn't win the day, but where are we now as far as like what it takes to continue doing this? Because at this point I'm like, what if planning commissioners like it and they see some value in it, it makes them feel more valued, then I'm like, yeah, sure, let's continue it.
So we did solicit feedback from planning commissioners about the stipend, which is detailed in the staff report. Not all of the planning commissioners were able to offer feedback, but the majority were, and they did appreciate it. They did offer suggestions of, in lieu of stipends, what they'd be looking for. And then when it comes to impact on, like staff resources, I think at this point, there would be an impact to like our HR. Every year that we have a new planning commissioner that is appointed, they'd have to, start the paperwork for that. But other than that, there's no additional staff, except for, I guess, payroll, and that continued.
So is there, so we wouldn't vote, but we're just providing direction, right?
So the option is, because attachment A is a resolution to continue the stipend, and then staff will bring it back annually for review from the City Council. Or if the direction is to discontinue the stipend, staff will return at a subsequent meeting and do a resolution to remove it from the policy and discontinue it in.
I mean, I'm struggling with this one because what's left over after taxes can maybe buy you a cup of coffee at Phil's. So I don't know how much of an incentive it is for planning commissioners. I think I'd, rather follow what they would prefer have happened. So that was a little unclear in reading this.
Well, I've heard that they would prefer more money. Fair enough. I'll just put that in. Of which I don't think that there's support for that, and so I think we're Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to confirm the staff report, I believe, said 2 of the commissioners actually have chosen not to receive the stipend or never signed up for it.
Yeah, so one commissioner did opt out of the stipend. 2 commissioners did not reply to my feedback email about just soliciting feedback, but 1 is not receiving the stipend.
Only one. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I mean, I would support moving it forward for lack of any reason not to.
I agree, and I think it's also hard to then take it away, although I would love to shout out the person who wants Menlo Park swag in lieu of the $200. I think that's great.
Oh my gosh, I think I was mayor the first time before I actually got any swag. I'm literally not. I think it was like some years on city council before I actually got some swag. I'm just saying, I'm not pointing out anyone specifically, but I do think that is true. Yeah, I did. Well, because Nicole gave me the jacket. She secretly gave me one out of a closet, and I promised her I wouldn't tell anybody. Okay. It is late. Okay, so do we need to make a motion to continue the a motion for the resolution to continue the?
Correct.
Okay, so I'll move.
Thank you.
I'm happy to second.
Great. So I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Combs and a second by City Councilmember Weiss to adopt a resolution rescinding and replacing resolution number 6890 to authorize a stipend for the planning commission in an amount not to exceed $200 per month per planning commissioner. As I read that out loud, I know it sounds confusing, but what it is, it's continuing it for another year. Great. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes.
City Councilmember Schmidt.
Yes.
City Councilmember Wise.
Yes.
Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Councilmember Taylor absent. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. With that, we'll move on to informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational item M1 for City Council agenda topics, if you're in person, please bring a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on informational item M1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. With that, we'll move on to City Manager report. Going to introduce the item is City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, Mayor, no updates this evening. Thank you.
Okay, are there any council member reports? Yeah, Vice Mayor Nash.
Yes, I have two. Peninsula Clean Energy, the board approved a contract amendment for the solar and storage for public buildings, also called GovPV, that includes infrastructure at Menlo Park Belle Haven Children's Center, Menlo Park Burgess Pool, Menlo Park City Hall, and Menlo Park Main Library. So that was really wonderful news. And also Peninsula Clean Energy is planning to relaunch the e-bike rebate program in May. So hopefully we'll get more information on that. I also did a ride along with Meals on Wheels and found out that there were, in 2024, there were 80 Meals on Wheels clients in Menlo Park, and Meals on Wheels served over 12,000 meals to those residents. And it was, it's an awesome program. They also have got groceries, weekly grocery pickup program. And for anyone who might be listening, probably not, for more information, call 650-326-0665 or go online to onepvi.org. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Thanks. I'll keep it really brief. So on the Rethink Waste Board, I joined the legislative subcommittee, and they're going to be working on a few bills that are going to help with sustainability and recycling. And for the sake of time tonight, I won't go into details, but maybe in a future update, I'll share that with council so you can be aware of what they're advocating for in Sacramento.
Thanks. I'm seeing no other council member reports. I will adjourn the meeting.